Historically black university in the great state of Ohio. We're the only 1890 land-grant university in the great state of Ohio. And we take pride in our core values. The very first core value is academic excellence. And that's what the College of Business is promoting today: academic excellence, community engagement and outreach, cultural responsiveness and inclusion, civility and mutual respect. And the last one, but not least, innovation. We have to be very innovative here at Central State University. We want to thank our students for coming out here. This should be a very informative two-day conference for you. And as has already been stated, take very much care and make sure you listen and gain much knowledge here today. One thing that we did here when I started here, we had 9 major priorities. And one was to make sure that we enhance and grow the number of corporate partners we have. We started off with about 18 corporate partners, and now we have over 50 corporate partners here at Central State University. Give it up for Central State. And to those corporate partners, those sponsors, we certainly do thank you. We got a sheet here with all of the sponsors' names on. We appreciate you all and how you invest and promote Central State University. And as we say, when we bring students here, we say that we are a student-centered university. And I always say we're not student-run, but every decision that is made is with the students' best interests at heart. And this is one of those events that we're having where we are promoting our students. And for those corporations, thank you for investing in Central State University. Thank you for investing in our students. And as I say that, many of our students are first-generation college students. Many of them come from lower socioeconomic backgrounds. So when we talk about internships, we want them to have those internships. But we're looking for paid internships. Our students can't afford to do free internships. And we want them to have those summer jobs as well. And when they finish, we want to keep as many students in the great state of Ohio as possible by employing them when they do graduate. And again, we say thank you. I want to thank Dr. Fred Akins, our Dean of the College of Business. I want to thank our faculty and staff and all of those who are taking part in making this a successful conference. And to all of those who are visiting, here at Central State. Welcome. This is a great place. You have great people here, faculty and staff here to assist you, and do enjoy the LEED Conference. Thank you. At this time, I'll turn it back over to Dean Akins. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. That's much before we begin, a couple of before we go any further, a couple of housekeeping issues. We didn't want to print all of those programs up for people to throw them away and discard them. So what we have on the table, and you'll see them posted up around the building today in front of the auditorium as well as 317, the Auditorium. There's going to be these sheets right here with a QR code, so you can get the program for the LEED conference electronically, and feel free to distribute that as you feel necessary. Additionally, there are QR codes that you'll see that'll be for evaluation of the different presentations and panel speakers. So make sure that you take your phone out, scan that QR code for the evaluation forms, give the feedback, and then that way we'll know how to improve the LEED program for next year moving forward. But before we move on, I keep seeing great folks walk in the room. Mr. Allen came in from the state up there, and I'll make some introductions here shortly. Kimberly Mason from the Ohio Bankers League, and I see Jonathan Gallup from Walmart, and Max, our BAC president, Mr. Lee over here, some faculty members. We are going to have a great day today. We're going to have a great day today. And I want to thank our sponsors specifically. We have our maroon sponsor, Whirlpool, and Monica Brown is here with us. She's going to be our guest speaker this morning. But before we get to Monica, we got a business plan competition to prepare for, and I am so looking forward to seeing the business plans that our students have created over the last few weeks. And with that, we are going to take a small break, and I will turn it over to Dr. George Owusu and Chui and Jonathan Gallup for the Walmart business plan competition. But we're going to take about a 5-minute break to let the students come up and get set up. Thank you very much for attending. If you have any questions, feel free to holler at any one of Dr. Jobang or myself or any of the faculty members here. Thank you. Business plan. So what do you bring us? Professor. Who is it? Is that ours?
3 times. It's my pleasure to be here today. One writer said that wisdom is the power of your knowledge and time, and that put together at the right time. The only way that you can work much better is know what you're doing and love what you do. And I love what I do, and my students love what they do. Today, it's a pleasure to have a contestant for the business plans competition. They have gone through a long journey from day and night for their business plan settlement. We're going to have 6 contestants today for the business plan competition. Each contestant would have 5 minutes, and we got 3 judges. And at the end of the period, we will announce the winners at the lunch meeting at 12 o'clock. So, ladies and gentlemen, give a hand to my contestants, these students, our great students that are for the business plans competition today. Thank you. The first contestant, first presenter is going to be Ayana and the partner. First contestant, presenter.
All right, good morning, everybody. Today, me and Dylan have a slideshow for you all to present our Exabyte Compute. That is the name of our company. Today, we decided to do a limited artificial intelligence company. Thank you. Oh. Okay, yeah.
So on this first slide, you will see that benefit that this company will bring will be benefits businesses and individuals alike. It will research new AI algorithms building upon past and current algorithms. It will provide better data processing. It will increase time management, and it will also increase productivity. And we strive to be a leader in AI development for the future.
All right, so let's talk about the product details of the limited artificial intelligence. So for one, product will be entirely offline. This is to make sure that your privacy is ensured. It comes online for updates or at discretion. It's remotely accessible through geostationary terminals, so satellite. Once again, this is just to make sure that your privacy is ensured. Human readable relation database as well. So let's just talk about that part just for one moment, right? Whenever you think about limited artificial intelligence, depending on the systems, the data and information within them can be voided, right? So you want to make sure that everything that you have in limited artificial intelligence is protected, especially when it comes to your data. So it replicates an individual's digital and verbal actions, which will stick with organization individual for extended service. It's scalable infrastructure. So for example, when we talk about scalable infrastructure, you can talk about doing subscriptions and monthly payments or weekly payments instead of a yearly thing, just to make sure that your income is more. Varying containments depending on needs. So underground or above ground, safeguards for technology, and then capable of fragmentation. So you can duplicate itself and retain functionality. Hit it one more time. All right, so let's talk about SWOT analysis. Many of you may not know SWOT analysis. Those are the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats to a business, right? So let's talk about the strengths. AI can reenact human obligations. One of the main functions that we're focused on at this point, right? It quickly learns based upon data on systems or internet. So something that's able to soak in what it's obtaining, right? Almost like a sponge. It's affordable pricing. So once again, monthly subscriptions, weekly subscriptions, depending on the data that you have. And it's quickly growing internationally and boosts productivity of machines and users. So those are the strengths. Let me focus on the weaknesses for a second, right? Let's talk about the bad things. So the accessibility may be a threat to sensitive data and personal information, which I've already mentioned. Any computer is never 100% secure, which I've already mentioned. And potential bias, overfitting may negatively influence decision-making processes. So those are one of the things that you can really worry about when it comes to limited artificial intelligence. Just because depending on who makes the limited artificial intelligence, who uploads the data, it can always be biased. So you want to make sure that that's one thing on your mind when you're thinking about limited artificial intelligence.
It is important to note that the affordable pricing is not a monthly subscription. It is a one-time fee, but the only time that you will have to pay extra is when you go to upgrade. So for the scalable infrastructure, that is for adding more computing equipment.
All right, opportunities. So there are limited possibilities, high utilization by companies and manufacturers, and there's complex tasks may be done better by AI other than humans, right? So there's some things that can be done better with artificial intelligence other than humans. For example, you may see Walmart has started using a lot of self-checkouts instead of using humans at the registers, right? Why do you think that is? It's a faster process, saves money for the company and things of that sort. So that's just one thing to think about when we're talking about opportunities. And then threats. So bias towards diversity and disabilities, privacy and no predetermined data limitations, leakage of information, and location or environmental placement of infrastructure. So one of the main things that you'll really have to worry about when it comes to artificial intelligence is the privacy. All right, so competitors' data. So let's bring up one of the competitors when it comes to artificial intelligence, because there are a lot of people out there that have businesses of this sort, correct? So we did some research on a company called NextSpace. NextSpace offers monthly fees. The information advertises in specific areas and new outlets. So they know who their target market is. They are cloud-based, prone to cyber attack, 25 years experience in the game, and they have established an industry where you are able to have 24/7 access, right? So we look at that and then we try to figure out, well, what can we do to better ourselves when it comes to NextSpace? How can we be a better company than NextSpace, right? So individual flat rates, payments to expand and updates are needed. So as Dylan said, you have an opportunity to update your infrastructure at your liking. You can advertise anywhere, digital or paper, right? So we know who our target market is too. There are flat fees for corporations and fees for fragmenting service to employees. We also offer online restricted satellite terminal access, which is less prone to cyber attack. The last thing is that when it comes to access, NextSpace may have 24/7 access. 24/7 access. When it comes to our company, our consumers have access at their request. So basically the same thing, almost 24/7.
So our marketing strategy will be to target research and development, specifically the engineering and defense sectors and education. We will also include individuals and freelancers alike because one example would be Microsoft's version of an AI assistant, which is called GitHub Copilot, which allows a programmer to autofill their lines of code. And then our other marketing strategy would be to compare ourselves heavily against our competitors. What do we bring to the table? What do we do better? What do you do that needs improvement? We will offer free trials, so 1.5 to 3 months to see if you like the program. Whereas one relevant example would be ChatGPT. It's free, open access, you can use it. It's limited and it doesn't exactly do what you want it to specifically do. It doesn't specialize. We'll collaborate with data analytic firms to see how exactly can we improve our data collection and interpretation. And we will also advertise on digital platforms and physical platforms, so Twitter, Facebook, or paper or billboard. So our next one will be startup expenses. So computing equipment alone is going to be a fraction of the cost of what we need, whereas the overhead is going to be, we're going to need software engineers, we're going to need data analysts. So the computing equipment will, rough ballpark, would be $50,000. Not that much, just a small impact on the startup fees. But the most important aspect of it will be the overhead, because you can't underpay your employees and you can't underpay the people that are going to be driving you.
All right, so let's talk about the sales forecast. Given current case of the market, there is an absolute need for artificial intelligence. And artificial intelligence is increasing in the world, right? So the business entities, 25,000 minimum, 2,500 minimum P unit. So that's $2,500 per unit, right? Estimating of 1 unit per 500 sold. As business grows, they will need more storage, which brings in the subscription we had in place for people to be able to add more storage to the artificial intelligence that they've currently bought from us. Also, more processing power for the artificial intelligence.
So in this case, you will see that AI, in one relevant example for you guys, is digital marketing. AI will not be replacing people in digital marketing, but instead be enhancing the way that you look at your consumers and how you're doing things. So AI can recognize patterns much more easily than that of an individual. It will be used to drive business as well. But what you also see is the organization chart. Short term is the keyword here. So this is what we need to actually start the company. So software engineer is a big one. Data analyst is a big one. IT coordinator is a big one, because the IT coordinator will be piecing the hardware together. So everyone that's an engineer will be falling under the research and development department. And anyone that deals with the hardware or the cybersecurity aspect will be falling under the information technology department. So overall, it's like a big team. You can't do one without the other. It all ties together nicely.
All right, thank you all. This is me and Dylan's thank you, our company, Exabyte.
Let's hear the question from the judges, if they have any question for the student.
So can you give me a little more clarity on your target market?
So the idea on the target market is that engineers are very much prone to doing math, especially in defense contracting, and everything's always changing, and it's harder to keep track of what calculations you're doing, especially if it's like on the machine. The machine can learn how exactly you're doing your calculations. Whereas like in education, it could pick up on a student's learning patterns and a teacher's instructional pattern. But yes, that's mostly like how exactly we're going to use the target market. It's what can we do better for you? Any others?
Yeah, just one other, I guess, for myself. You guys mentioned privacy concerns a couple times. So what other ways, I think you mentioned some offline satellite and things like that, but what other ways are you planning to address privacy concerns?
So you mainly want the AI to only address for your to the individual that it's working for or employed by. So by us using a satellite access, that is we want to segregate who can specifically access it. So if it's directly connected to the internet, for one instance, when you're doing something of web development or just accessing the internet in general, there's a concept called the DMZ. It stands for demilitarized zone, but you want to give the consumer what they need, but you don't want them to see any more. So by us doing the satellite, and that addresses a privacy concern because we only want you to receive what you need at a specific time, but we don't really want you to send information out. So you want to stay in a specific circle.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much for presenting this. The second presenter is going to be Cesara. I was got her name wrong.
Who's the next speaker?
She's coming.
5 minutes, please. George, do you have a timekeeper?
Usabi was here. Was he? Yeah. Yeah.
Hi guys. My name is Zaria Flowers Jones, and this is my company. It's going to be called Legacy Performers Dance Studio, and it's going to be a pole dancing studio. Okay, so this is me. I'm going to be the owner. I've been in the dance industry for about 16 years now. Started when I was like 4. I did gymnastics for 7 years, competed high school and club gymnastics. And then I've been in pole dancing for 2 years, and then I've choreographed some of my own dances and some group dances for about a year now. Okay, so here's my business overview. So this is a dance studio that will be located in Atlanta, Georgia. We are a place that provides community with a comfortable and friendly environment to learn different dance forms. It will be catered to all ages, abilities, and backgrounds, and I serve to provide an avenue for people who are looking for creative self-expression, exercise, or social opportunities through dance. We are dedicated to providing the highest quality of professional instruction in a safe and creative, non-competitive environment. So my services offered will be group dances, private lessons, practice dances, and facility rentals for like photo shoots, anything of that sort. Okay, so my customer focus. So we will primarily serve in a 5-mile radius of our location. So we're going to be right in the heart of downtown Atlanta, Georgia. And there are 4,900, I can never say that number, but you see the number. And the average income is $64,179 in Atlanta. 55% are married, 45% professional occupations. The median age is 33.2 years, but I just put 33 years. And then in addition, this prime adult demographic for dance studio, there are multiple communities and small businesses in Atlanta, Georgia that I'm sure will be willing to patronize Legacy Performer Studio. So the operations plan. We will carry out our operations on a membership and appointment basis only. So all classes and personal training sessions will be scheduled in advance, and then the studio will be open 7 days a week from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. In order to execute our business model, the company needs to perform several functions. The majority of employees will assist in servicing and selling customers in addition to the primary functions like dance teachers, sales, membership manager, maintenance, personnel, administrative functions, general and administrative functions, including legal, marketing, bookkeeping, then hiring and training staff, and then customer service and front desk functions. So my marketing strategy. So we want to do local publications. So like going to, let's say that there's like a big event, then we would go and we would kind of tell what our business is in the same way that we're doing here and see if we get anybody interested. And then community events and organizations, so like little like state fairs, anything like that. Then we want to do customer loyalty programs. And then obviously we would do social media, TikTok, everything like that. And then word of mouth. So the direct, indirect competitors for us there are 5 pole dance studios that are literally directly. Oh, okay. Is that time? All righty. Sorry about that, guys.
Yeah, I'm good too. Yep, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I think it's gonna. Thank you, guys.
Our next presenter is going to be Deborah Stewart.
A pleasant good morning, everybody. My name is Deborah Stewart, and this is my company, Debbie Stitches and Things. Introduction. Debbie Stitches is a sole proprietorship whose core competencies will be in tailoring or stitching cut-edge patterns based on customer requests, doing embroidery, and creating fashionable clothing for students and faculty. Debbie Stitches will provide excellent service and advise consumers on the products that are best for them in order to provide with services that produce the highest level of customer satisfaction under our mission statement of to seam, serge, and tailor in a world of needles. Management. Deborah Stewart, myself, will be the company's CEO. Sewing machines will be purchased, and I will assign an area of my dorm room as a work setting to carry out my sewing business ideas. There will be an organized and separate part for consumers to book their orders, or they can contact us via our social media platforms or our website. Target market. Debbie Stitches wants to offer distinct, cutting-edge, and upscale stitches services to residents, online purchasers, and even beauty supply stores as well. And here is the percentage of that target market. Business operations and startup costs. Here we have our startup expenses, legal, consultants, insurance, rent, research and development, expense equipment, designs, creating a total of $57,500, startup assets, cash required, startup inventory, and other current assets as well. Now, as I mentioned, the services for customers would be ladies and men's wear design and sewing, mending, stitch clothing, and they also would be a mani pedi and deli station included as well. So we have sewing, traditional, non-traditional, fancy, simple, everyday wear, modern and stylish shirts, pants, women's dresses with their favorite embroidery. For male clients, we'll design and sew traditional and non-traditional shirts, pants, and coats. Mending, stitch clothes, we can fix a stitch clothing flaw, such as a loose fit, a torn garment, or any other circumstance. Product pricing, as the market targets suggest, students, faculty members, as well as beauty supply stores and residents, Debbie Stitches aims to price services that are inexpensive to the target market. Services prices may vary depending on the nature of the clothing, the required stitching service, and these factors may impact the length of time and material required to carry out the altering and/or stitching process. Here is our sales strategy. We have devised the following ways to advertise and sell ourselves. Number one, we will publicize our services through print, social media, and our website. We will occasionally give discounts on our services to boost purchases, and we will be located in Wilberforce, Ohio. And here's our sales forecast for year one. Source of funding, here's our percentages for source of funding. Sponsorships, 34%, fundraisers, 22%, donations, 12%, budgeting, 32%, and this will make up our source of funding. Our marketing analysis includes our potential customers, which are our residents, beauty supply stores, online purchasers, and creating a total for the 5-year period. And our social platforms include DebbieStitchesandThings.com, Facebook, Instagram. You can follow us on there. Thank you so much.
You have any question for me?
Yeah, just one question. Could you talk a little bit about the research you did for some of the figures that you put up for sales growth and startup costs and things of that nature?
So Debbie Stitches and Things has provisions to create our own company in the near future. So I want to start off in my dorm room, but as the years go by, I do want to create a bigger, more resourceful and convenient for like the residents, beauty supply stores, and persons in the Wilberforce, Ohio area.
Thank you. The fourth presents are going to be Diana and Co.
Good morning. How are y'all?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Diana Williams,
And I'm Carlasia Webb, the
the
middle.
middle madam.
So,
So my name is Diana Williams. I'm from the Bahamas, and I have a background in tech and business. I'm also a financial literacy ambassador.
and me as the Chief Financial Officer, my background is in accounting.
So this is our elevator pitch. So basically what our business do is we allow individuals who want to do bulk buying to do it in a group. So for example, let's say that I want to buy chips, right? And to get 1,000 chips, it might be cheaper to get it. You don't want to buy them 1,000 chips by yourself. We help you create a group and buy it so it'll be cheaper.
So overall, our business will work, as she said, by selling in bulk, but allowing people to buy in certain amounts of bulk that they actually truly want instead of having to buy more than they actually need. And overall, our profit will come from the fees that we charge to actually send the products from one company to another. And they can range from 8 to 12, but they will raise if people buy more product. So overall, the trends that we're looking for is what items do people actually truly want to buy in bulk, especially considering our target market. Overall, this opportunity, we want to create a cheaper and reliable process for people to actually truly buy what they want. And our target market are individuals who truly need the bulk, which can range from schools to
Communities.
and everybody else. So we plan to get to our target market by going on social media, seeing what people actually need, including Twitter, Facebook, and more. And we also kind of want to get into email marketing campaigns, which would allow people to truly tell us what they want from us.
Also, what our strategy also to be is to have a community strategy. We want to get into communities. We want to be in the school, interact with them, and also help them out.
So our operation plan is that we will have an online basis for people to buy our products from, but we'll have a warehouse where the products will actually be stored. We also will allow the buyers to confirm into a group together and like implement their certain increments that they truly want. Overall, we also want to implement a credit card service into our business, but that'll come over expansion. And we also want to allow that our customers to have a bigger a wider view on the actual quality of our products that they will be purchasing. And this is our financial plan. Overall, the profit break will be around 2 years, which the startup time will take 3 to 12 months to start off. Our total startup cost can range from will be about 24,000. And there's a couple problems that we have to consider when getting into this, which would be our threats. And overall, there's high supplier risk because we may have more than we actually need to supply. There's also unforeseen factors, including natural disasters or anything that can come about. It also can be kind of hard to find customers. Communication can become confusing dealing with technology and the credit card system if people were to not pay what they are supposed to. And we're overall trying to solve that with ways to solve this would be to ensure a backup fund account, market on social media more and put more of our services out. The fee charge would also help, and to focus on popularized items. Overall, competitors to be worried about include group sale platforms, wholesale suppliers, retailers, and local co-ops. A group sale platform would be Groupon.
So our expansion plan. So first off, we're starting off with selling basic necessities. Then we're going to expand into trends. Also, what it's going to be really big is our subscription product. So what happens is you can buy everything you usually buy in a subscription order, and also it comes with free sample things. Some of the companies that we're looking right now and discussing with them are Dove. So you can try some of the Dove products, and if you really like it, you can change things in your subscription products. And also Bath and Body Works, and also this shampoo company.
All right, any questions?
So how did you come up with your fee 8 to 12%?
So we wanted to charge a fee that wouldn't completely make customers stall away, but enough for us to make true profit, in which I was going to choose about 15% to start off as a basis, but that's a lot more than what most people would want to like buy, especially if you're buying in bulk and want to spend the least amount of money.
So are you finding that this your competitors' pricing? Or
They
just
I didn't see the competitors' pricing. So what we are essentially doing is trying to sell less than them. The fee doesn't really have to do with our pricing of our of the actual items, in which I feel like that helps us because we're trying to sell a less like we're trying to price our items lower than our competitors to start off. So the fee doesn't really have to do with that.
No, next question.
Good to go. Thank you. Thank you.
Our next presenter is going to be Mr. Morton. Yeah. Zaria. Martin?
Good morning, everybody. My name is Cyrus Moulton, and I'm the owner of MDS Clothing, which stands for Money Don't Sleep. MDS Clothing is a brand for people who want to stand out in a room full of people, for those with a focus and grind-like mentality. Throughout this journey, I had many ups and downs, but as an owner of this brand, I always stuck true to the plan. Wearing MDS makes you feel confident on the inside while looking good on the outside. Here's 5 reasons why you should invest in my brand. Always looking for new ways to expand the brand. Consistent determination through every circumstance. Multiple ways of selling our products, from an online store to hand-to-hand. Over $7,000 in sale profits in the first 5 months, and a willingness to learn and grow from others. Now I would like to bring in my models to demonstrate the product. This is the 3 sets we have. First, we have the MDS jogging suit, where it say "Money Don't Sleep" coming down both the arms. You could turn around. It's a slim fit, comfortable feel for everyday use. Next, we have the MDS track suits. It has "Money Don't Sleep" coming down both the arms and the legs, with reflective strips. If you take a picture with the flash, it will light up. And also on the back, we have our logo. Next, we have the MDS puffer coats. It has a nice, comfortable feel with our logo on the side and our logo on the back with the shiny material, and it's good for warm, cold, any type of weather. Thank you. I'm not done. I want to thank everybody for coming out today. Everybody could have been doing anything else. I want to say one last thing before I leave. Money don't sleep, time don't sleep, and life don't sleep until it's your time. Thank you.
We just assume your target market is males.
Our target market is ages 16 to 40, black and female. Male and female, any race that wears streetwear.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our last presenter is going to be Alexis Walter.
Thank you.
Can you drag and drop that?
It's on the trash.
No, put it on the slide, drag it to the desktop.
Which one?
This
This
is
is the
one.
question. You get
Hit the X up there so you. I'm just trying to kill my nervous system. Hold on one second. Let's make sure you can find it. Just let them know when you're ready.
Confidence starts with me. Good afternoon, everyone. Did you know that according to a study called the Triple Bind, 1 in 4 college-age females are diagnosed with anxiety and depression during their 4 years in undergraduate studies? Well, we have the answer to that. Crowned is a mentorship and educational organization designed to make girls feel like queens each and every day. My name is Alexis Walter, and I am a graduating senior, and I currently serve as the president.
Hello, everybody. My name is Alana Jones. I'm a graduating senior business administration and marketing major who serves as the vice president of this established organization.
Our mission. Crowned is an organization created with the purpose of making young women feel like queens each and every day, providing sisterhood and confidence within low and middle class communities. Crown wants to teach young women the importance of self-love and helping those around you. We want to help build self-confidence for physical, mental, and emotional health. So, CROWNed is an acronym that stands for confidence, resilience, optimism, wisdom, determination, and notability.
Confident. We teach young women to love themselves no matter the opinion of others. Resilience. We teach young women to never back down from a challenge. Optimism. We teach young women to live life only as positive as you make it. Wisdom. We teach young women that life only provides wins and lessons. Notable. We teach young women that no matter your struggle, you deserve to be seen and heard.
So we have a curriculum created for the young women on our campus. Our organization currently has 110 members, half of those members being underclassmen, freshmen, and sophomores that serve as mentees, and the other half would be juniors and seniors that serve as mentors.
We started off first semester with only 50 mentees and 24 mentors, and we grew our organization this semester starting off with 102 mentees and 25 mentors. Our benefits that we have are resume writing, community service, college and career prep, budgeting, and we help with mental management. Currently, we have 3 national partners, the United Way, Brown's Hand LLC, and Central State University, as we are the established women's mentorship organization through the Office of Mentoring.
Why mentorship? So here's just a few stats, but one of the most important ones is that in one study, retention and promotion rates for women participating in mentor programs increased from 15 to 38%. These statistics prove that in the workplace and in college campuses, mentorship allows women to stay in school, continue doing what they're supposed to be doing, and graduating.
How do we want to expand? Well, compared to our competitors, Girl Wonder, which is an organization that is a national social media platform, and Sisters Incorporated, which is a sorority-based organization, we want to expand to low-income HBCUs. We first started off with Central State, but we plan to expand to Wilberforce University starting next semester.
Our target audience is women ages 17 to 21, undergraduate students, particularly HBCU students.
And these are just pictures of a few of a community outreach. We worked with Royalty Dance Team here in Xenia, Ohio. We got to do community service with them. And this is our wonderful mentees and organization getting to find out who their mentors are. So we are actively working in the community as we speak.
Mentorship benefits. So girls get the benefits of career readiness prep, mentorship, obviously, and community service and priceless lessons. So honestly, CROWNed is just there to help students navigate the difficulties that they may face as college-age female women in their studies.
And as of now, 10 of our mentees currently have secured summer internships for their first year here in college, thanks to CROWN.
First year statistics. So our social media, specifically Instagram, has grown by 40% since October 2022. Our mentees have grown by 90 members. Mentors have grown by 30 members. And the mentee and mentor grades have significantly increased.
Thanks to our partnerships with Oasis Tutoring, we now offer tutoring once a week for all of our members, which is mandatory to increase their grades. Any questions?
So I know you're a service organization, but do you have any sponsors or any funding? for the future.
We actually are under the Office of Mentorship, so we're different than a regular student organization. So we actually get a budget, and then we also work to fundraise with community partners.
So community partners such as, of course, our National Alumni Association, our alumni chapters, but we also have been doing research through organizations such as Grants for Women that support organizations like ours that serve the low and middle class community. So we're planning on getting our funding, but we plan to expand through these grant organizations who provide to nonprofit organizations like us.
I want to take the opportunity to say thank you to everybody, especially my judges, Dr. Trash, Professor West, and Mr. Jonathan from the Walmart. Thank you very much, even though these two words are very common words, but I utter them with great gratitude to everybody. Thank you all.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Can we give them another round of applause? It is not easy if you have to be up here to do this. So great job for what you have done today. Our next session is going to be a concurrent one. We have a team from Right Pat Credit Union ready to go. And the other session is going to be a concurrent session. The other one is going to be in room 317 upstairs. So students, choose where you want to be. The right path is under the topic, what I see, I can be. And KeyBank has a topic, sponsorship and mentoring, creating meaningful relationships for successful career. So it's going to be a concurrent session. You can be in room 317, or you can be in this auditorium for Right Path, or upstairs for KeyBank. All right. So, Alana, looks like we are on time, so we want to keep it like that. We don't want to be behind time.
Good job. Thanks. Hey, how y'all doing? Just one housekeeping issue. Somebody thought it was a good idea not to tell facilities that they're going to be changing light bulbs in the men's room today. So on the first floor, in the men's room only, if you need to use the restroom, please use the restroom that's inside the auditorium unless you're going upstairs.
Senior from Cincinnati, Ohio, business administration major, and I currently serve as Miss Senior here at Central State University. Next up, we have Right Pat Credit Union for a panelist discussion on what I see I can be. Give it up for them, you guys.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us here for our panel this morning. My name is Brittany Lacey. I am the Regional Support Manager for the North Region at Right Pat Credit Union. And our motto or our mission is to help people through life. So what better way to live our mission than to talk about our life experiences and our careers? So when we talk about what I see I can be, what does it mean to be seen? It means to be heard, acknowledged. And so today, I am truly excited and honored for you all to see what you can be. So I would like to ask all of our panelists to please introduce yourself, your role, and then briefly share how you got that role, as well as something unique about yourself or your career journey.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Remy Cruz. I am the Director of Innovation and Automation at the Credit Union. So my responsibilities entail our robotic process automation program, as well as our R&D efforts at the Credit Union.
Good morning. Thank you all for letting us join the event and sticking with our session. My name is Johnny Williams. I'm the Retail Cash Systems Manager. It's always a mouthful to say, but to summarize it, the ATMs are video teller machines you see out there. I'm in charge of that. That's my wheelhouse. I will say my interesting journey of getting to this role. 10 years ago, I was a student at Wright State University and I needed a reliable vehicle. As you all know, college parties, I attended plenty of them. And so while I was applying for a loan, that conversation of waiting to be approved turned into a conversation about employment. And so I joined 10 years ago in our call center. I graduated with a degree in leadership, and that led me throughout the organization to receive the role in the leadership that I have now. So I guess, the driving force of why I joined Right Pat, it was money influence, but it was the culture that kept me. It was the energy and the people that kept me here for 10 years. Thank you.
I'm going to pass it back to Remy for her interesting fact.
I apologize. I've been at the Credit Union for 14 years. I started in our contact center and have managed various technology or operations teams at the Credit Union. Interesting fact about me, I'm an Air Force kid. That's what brought me to the area. And I have been to 5 of the 7 continents.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ivy Glover. I am the Director of Social Impact for Right Pat Credit Union. And in that role, I'm really responsible for building out our programs and initiatives that help to ensure that we're an inclusive culture for our partner employees and our membership. And also making sure that we are showing up in the right spaces to make community impact, like here. I have worked for the Credit Union for 12 years. I am a resident of the Dayton area and have not been to 5 of the 7 continents, but have lived in 6 of the 7 suburbs in the area, as well as in the city. Proud graduate of Meadowdale High School, Dayton Public Schools, and Wright State University down the street. I too have attended several parties, both in the Marauder and Raider world. And interesting fact about me, I have a 22-year-old who went to college with me. And so my journey from being a college student, but also a mom to a professional, has always been driven by he, along with his siblings, but what has been most important for not only myself, but for him.
Thanks, Ivy. Thank you for having us today. We're happy. I know we're all happy to be here. I'm Amy Riley, and I'm Chief Administrative Officer at Right Pat Credit Union. So I get the joy of working with Ivy and Chris and the rest of the individuals on the stage. Chief Administrative Officer, really, I'm responsible for working with our human resources, our learning and development organization, our service excellence group, physical security and facilities, Ivy with social impact, and our marketing and business development team. And I've been there about 6 years. The journey has been interesting. I was at Standard Register, a local company here in Dayton, for about 23 years until they were bought out, and ended up at Wright Pack Credit Union, which has been a great experience for me. But I think an important thing to let you all know, I graduated with a degree at Bowling Green in journalism. So, you know, to go from that, thinking that was going to be my career, my passion, to something that I'm doing today, all of our journeys, I think, kind of take different twists and turns. So it's been great and interesting. Chris?
Is this on? Sweet. I'm Chris Reich. I'm the Service Excellence Manager at Wright Pack Credit Union. You guys have such interesting things to say. I think the interesting thing about my journey at the credit union is that I never planned to, kind of like Johnny's story, never planned to actually have a career in a financial institution, had no college training in that area. I was looking for the highest paid entry-level position in the Dayton area. And I founded a Wright Pack Credit Union and ended up having an amazing career there, going on 10 years this year. So very happy to be here.
Good morning. My name is Ilsa Esteves. I am the Financial Crimes Manager at Wright Pack Credit Union. I've been with the credit union for 15 years now, and something unique about myself, I started out in the pharmaceutical industry way longer than many of you have been alive, and never in my wildest dreams did I think that I would end out in the credit union industry. So it just gives you an idea of you know, how diverse different educations can take you. So thank you for being here with us today.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kevin Johnson. I'm the Vice President of IT for Wright Pack Credit Union. In that role, I'm responsible to ensuring that all the technology and systems that support the financial industry that we connect to and we work with are running each and every day to service our members. I've been at Wright Pack now for a little over 1.5 years. I got there through a 30-year career of the Air Force, where I joined the Air Force 3 weeks out of high school, and I spent my life moving every 2 to 3 years, working in different roles, from a low-level technician all the way up to working with the President's National Cybersecurity Initiative out of the White House. And so one thing unique for me is that my time in the Air Force, I've had it's been many, many months in Iraq, in Afghanistan, in Niger, and Djibouti, which is near Somalia. And so I've been able to experience and see a lot of cultures through all that that I thought I'd never be able to see and experience ever in my life. And so through all that, it's really enriching me through that process. So with that, let me hand it back over to Brittany.
Thank you, Kevin. So this is for all of our panelists who have participated in the mentorship program. Do you have a professional mentor? And how did you choose them? What experiences landed you to choose them, or did they choose you?
Yeah, through my mentors throughout the year, there aren't always people you work for. Sometimes some of your mentors are people you work with or work for you. And when I was really young, one of my greatest mentors was somebody that worked for me. He was older than I was at the time. I was 25 and he was probably about 40, but really taught me my time in the Air Force of how to be a good leader. You know, he tried to groom the person that he wanted to follow and mold in. And I was a young post-college kid, really didn't know much about world and the life at that point. But he made me into a good leader through that point. And it was to the point where I had so much respect for him that I fast forward, 20 years later, and through some of my promotions through the Air Force, and wanted to reach out to him just to make him proud. So when I reached out to try to connect with him, I found out through his wife that he had passed away. And it was probably one of the saddest days of one of my great mentors passing away, Master Sergeant Greg Schneider at the time. And so your mentors can come from a variety of different places. Don't look for a boss. Don't look for this high-ranking person or a senior person in your organization. Just find somebody who's got wisdom, who's got character, and has something that can share and guide you throughout your life.
Thanks, Kevin. Thank you, Kevin. That was kind of where I was going to start with. I've had a lot of informal mentors along the way, and as I reflect upon that, I realize that there are a lot of people that have offered moments of mentorship to me, moments of guidance, moments of wisdom, moments of support, moments of modeling that I have been able to say, going to take that from them, and I will never do that. You know, those moments. But formally, about 4 years ago, I was actually placed or recommended to mentor with a individual that didn't work for Right Pack Credit Union. They were one of the leading executives in social service industry. They were an executive director somewhere. And it's because I have a passion for community and ultimately going back into that space. It was interesting. I went into that mentorship thinking it was for that, to coach me up on how to become the next executive director of a nonprofit organization. And what she actually poured into me was how to find my voice and how to really own and be proud of who I am. And we talk about being your best authentic self at the credit union quite a bit. And she helped me to figure out what that has meant for me. On that road to where I'd love to head someday. And that was the best thing that she gave me. She gave me some very specific tools, like different books to read to seek and find my strengths, but also the insistence that I pause, because I'm a doer. And so while she was recommended to me, it ended up being a very natural placement. Like I said, I thought I was going in to get coached up on executive type stuff, but I really feel like I learned so much more in just owning my voice and owning everything from, I like to wear my jeans because that's what I like to wear. And in the professional environment, some people feel that jeans are great and some people say that is totally unacceptable. But I own that I wear my denim with my heels and my blazer, and you're going to get the best work out of me probably when that's how I'm dressed. And so she helped me own some of that in the past few years. I'm really thankful to her for that.
Ivy can rock a pair of jeans and a blazer too. So I've seen that in action. I think for all of you, if I think back in college, I want to be crowned, ladies. I love that. And that's how you start those informal mentorship programs, whether it's, I remember someone telling me, who's your personal board of directors? And I was like, what? And they said, think about that. Who are those people that either inspire you or who you look at? It might be a teacher, it might be someone in your sorority, it might be someone in Crowned, that you see some of yourself in. And I think that's how it started in mentorship for me, that there were either people, even managers who were an advocate for me. And so some people that I trusted. So think about that. And I think your own personal board of directors may be a variety of people. It might be someone in your family. It might be someone you see up here sitting someday. It might be a teacher. But don't be afraid to reach out and establish those networks, because that mentorship that I've had through the years has opened doors for me. It's provided me that pause that Ivy talks about of, kind of resetting yourself maybe in your career. So I can't say enough about it. And that you have something on campus with Crowned that's taking that and focusing on that and seeing how important that is. I think it's great. So congratulations on that.
Hi, I'm Ashley Reams. I'm a risk analyst with the credit union. And our next questions that we're going to go into are all about diversity, inclusion, and authenticity. So this question is for Ivy, Chris, and Amy. So what does it mean to you personally to lead inclusively?
Chris doesn't want to go first.
Okay. What does it mean to me personally to lead inclusively? It means to model the walk, model the way for others. It means to engage, to ask a lot of questions, to go into a space assuming nothing and tied to nothing, but open to everything. It means to come into a role understanding that we all have a story and an experience, and that not one is the same, even when by face value it may seem like it is. and to really be open to the experiences of others. I think we all gain better that way. Also, leading inclusively to me means there's this term, and I just came across it formally, of radical empathy. But empathy of, people talk about putting yourself in somebody else's shoes. Well, you can't really put yourself in someone else's shoes, but you can recognize that their shoes are different. What moves them is different from yours. And you can let that drive how you work with them. Radical meaning like doing that very intentionally and very extremely. And so for me, that's really, as I'm navigating my own leadership journey, that's really what drives me. It's really considering and walking through the perspectives of others and then modeling what I want to see. So I think that we're in a space where we're changing the look of leadership a little bit. And in order to do that, we have to intentionally model what we want to see. My leader models what she wants to see by how she is empathetic and caring. Is my leader, by the way, my direct leader. But and I watch that. I watch how she doesn't. If you heard her a few minutes ago, she said, I get to work with, in this role, that means I get to work with Ivy. She never references me as Ivy works for me. Although I would look at it and say, I work for her, right? And that's also some of that modeling I'm talking about, by her servant leadership, by peer, she looks at us and respects the roles that we all have and the expertise that we bring. She models that expectation that then I hope to carry on to the team that I build. So I think modeling the way is huge, and radical empathy for others.
Wow, thank you. I'll buy you lunch later. No, I'm kidding. I think Ivy brought up something really important at the beginning, where she said we all have different life experiences that we're bringing to the table. And I think that that's where I try, to see the power in that, to be able to sit back and understand where my own bias is and just continually learn and educate myself and ask questions. I think too, just to be an inclusive leader, I think you described it as, is creating that safe space for someone that where they feel that they can trust you. And if they do have to have a conversation that's difficult for them, just being that person that they know that they can come to is important to me. And so I try to share that with others as well.
That's why I had Ivy go first. The only thing I'll add, because you said it beautifully, is I think one of the things when you come into the workforce, you think that your manager, you're going to learn a lot from them, or your mentors that we've talked about previously. It's amazing once you get into a leadership role or management role, how much you learn from everyone else. You learn from your employees, you learn from everyone that works around you, your peers and above. And I mean, to lead inclusively to me is to just shut up and listen to them. They all have very different experiences, as we've talked about. And I come from one very specific path. I did not, have the same experiences they did. And to learn from that, understand that, and be more inclusive to those paths in life is something that, I think we all continue to do as we grow through our leadership journey. So.
Awesome, thanks. This one is for Ilsa and Kevin down there. What do you see, or have you personally experienced as a challenge related to working in a diverse environment?
So working in a diverse environment, I'm a minority. I'm from Puerto Rico. And so that in itself is, I feel is a challenge, because I was brought up in a very small island, 30 by 100. And so worked the majority of my life there in a very, I'm not going to call it hostile, but it was a men's world back then. And it was very difficult, not only for a female, but also for a minority to grow in that kind of environment. So, but that journey, I mean, you've got to be resilient. I guess going back to the Crown, which was awesome. I loved your presentation. But I think that that trying to make sure that you are yourself in your journey, and taking those life experiences that might be like a lemon, but turning them into a lemonade is really what it's all about. So regardless of where your path has been in the past, it's always looking forward into how can I be a better person, and how can I make sure that these challenges that I have experienced, I don't have other people experience them because I've already been part of it. And so trying to make sure that you are empathetic based off of your roots, but then taking those experiences forward and making it better in your career journey is what has really helped me. So.
Yeah, I think in terms of with working and leading with diversity is making sure what inclusive really kind of means to a lot of people, because that's kind of a different context. I'll use an analogy. Is when we talk about inclusion, we're really not trying to use a food analogy. We're not trying to make smoothies where we put a bunch of ingredients in a blender and it all comes out tasting exactly the same. Right. What we're really trying to do is make something that's more like a pizza, where we put a lot of great things on top of that, but each bite's a little bit different. Each piece is a little bit, has this unique part that contributes in different ways to really what that goodness of that pizza is, right? And that's what we're really trying to do with as we lead with people. Instead of trying to make everybody think, act, and believe the same thing, we're trying to figure out is how do we take advantage of those strengths that they bring because of their backgrounds, because Elsa grew up in a not so friendly environment in Puerto Rico, and myself, I grew up in a middle class Hispanic family in Kentucky, right? And so how do we share those perspectives and blend them together, where each of those contributions are better than the whole? Right. And so that's why I think the challenge as we work through diversity inclusion is blending those things in the best way possible.
Okay. This next question is for Chris. We'll start with you, and then we'll go to Remy and Johnny. Do you feel that you've had to change any aspect of your authentic self to fit into a role? And if so, in what ways did you do that?
I've been extremely lucky. Right Pac Credit Union is a wonderful place. I've told the story many times before, but when I started the credit union, I had no desire to be in the financial sector. I just wanted to have a higher paying job, entry level, with no college degree. So no, I haven't had to do that. But that's not, I think, common in the corporate world. There is a lot of times where you have to feel like you put on a mask. And back to what Ivy talked about with being your authentic selves, I would ask you to really search for a place that values you being your authentic self, like Right Pac Credit Union does for me. I've never had to change myself for any of the roles that I've had, but I'm lucky, and it's not easy to have to modify the way that you are to represent a different face. So yeah, that's what I did.
Okay, so with the question being, do you feel you had to change? Absolutely. In my opinion, you feel it. You can feel it in many ways. You feel it in the leaders that you replace. You feel that you have to emulate them, right? Because if you look at them as such a great leader, you feel that you have to fill their shoes. You can feel it in when you're presenting, and it's the looks that they give you and the words that they don't say, right? You feel like, oh man, am I not doing a great job? But I think about my journey and how did I get here? It's when I found my comfort zone. And my comfort zone is whenever I resorted back to being me. Any role that I've gotten in the credit union, it's never come from a presentation. It's never come from a great assignment. I can tell you it's 100% came from just walking through the hallways, being my authentic self, being goofy, cracking jokes, just being free to be me. And that has sparked the interest of others to say, hey, I want that guy on my team. But you feel it, and it's no way around it, because one thing that I'll praise Right Pac Credit Union on is that we are an organization that is putting the effort into inclusion and diversity, right? We want to walk the walk. But even then, while it's a work in progress, if you don't see yourself around the building, you feel like you need to emulate the people you do see. But again, it's a feeling. I have not been asked to change myself. I've been accepted as myself, and that's the advice that I would give you. When you find your comfort zone, people will gravitate to your authentic self. When I'm on stage trying to emulate someone, that's when the anxiety kicks up. That's when I'm nervous because I'm trying to be a great leader that I heard. I listen to TD Jakes every Sunday, right? And so when I'm trying to get to the heart of it and try to speak like him, I'm a little nervous because that's not me. I'm not TD Jakes, but he's a great leader and a great speaker. So I think, I try to be that. But again, when you find your comfort zone, that's when you'll thrive.
Yeah, I would agree. There are times when you walk in a room, specifically as you all embark out into the corporate or professional world, you may walk into a room and there may not be someone that looks like you. And you have that feeling, as Johnny touched on, wow, I'm the only me in this room. But what's authentic to you may be different from what's authentic to somebody else. And so no, at Right Pac Credit Union, I don't feel that I've had to change who is authentically Remy. I think some of the unique aspects about myself are why I was able to have the opportunities that I've had. But you do have that feeling, you do walk in the room and sometimes you say, okay, how am I going to flex to this situation? That is a skill, I think, that as you embark into the professional world, flexing to different styles, flexing to different environments is going to be somewhat of a superpower that you can have. If I'm tasked with leading a discussion with the board of directors, I'm going to approach that situation differently from if I'm leading a discussion with brand new tellers at the organization. That doesn't mean that I'm not being authentically me, but I'm flexing to the environment and the task at hand.
As you both were all three were sharing that, we've all said the term authentic self, which is who you are at the core of who you are. And we talk about that at the credit union a lot. I'm very intentional about adding the word best authentic self. And I think that speaks to what Remy just said, the ability to flex, because who we are authentically is our greatest version of ourselves. But the bottom line is when we show up in rooms, we have to know the audience that's in front of us, and we do have to know the flex to the audience that's in front of us. And so when we talk about our best authentic selves, I ask my sons, what's appropriate and what's acceptable in the environment that you're getting ready to walk into. So how are you going to today have a balance of who you are and the reality of the environment that's in front of you? The environment might need to change, but in the meantime, the environment is what it is. And so to be your best authentic self is really about understanding the environment that you navigate, and at the core who you are, and being able to flex to both things. And so whether that's what you look like, how you speak, some people call it code switching. It's a real thing, but it's because you have to have that balance of, we recognize the environments that we navigate. That doesn't change who we are at the core, nor does it change those around you either.
Okay. As you guys embark on your journey, you guys are going to be at a different age than obviously what I am, what this panel is. So there's going to be different generations that you have to work with. So Ivy, Kevin, and Ilsa, this one's for you. What benefits do you guys see having a multi-generational workforce working together?
Oh, okay. So I think I'm not quite the middle. I might be almost the middle of this generational blend up here. I think it does. No, it doesn't. It doesn't go in order. Benefits of a multi-generational workforce. The bottom line is that's the world we live in. Did you all know that? Who in here was born after 1996? Okay, not me, but that's okay. So a good majority of our students in the room right now were born after 1996. Did you know you all are the most accessed, educated, and diverse human to ever exist so far? Yes, you are. The reality is that's not changing. That's not going backwards. It's just going to continue to go more. So I think the benefits of a multi-generational workforce is that it is representative of the world we live in, and it will continue to be representative of that. There are challenges with it because sometimes we see our superpowers as super nemesis, but I think there's benefits to it because it's truly where we're headed as a world. And the flavors that we all bring based on our generational experiences really stand to drive the organizations forward. So for example, Remy is digital innovation, and she just happens to, I think, be the generational end cap for us on this panel today, the youngest of the crew, I think. Oh, it's actually Chris. Okay. So the roles, so interestingly, the jobs that they both have, Remy is driving the future of our digital and our technology. The job that Chris has, he's driving service. Service and technology is driving so much of industries, no matter if it's a financial institution or whatever. So to have individuals who are in generations that's critical to, leading where we're heading in it is important, right? To also have the wisdom and experience of those across generations is huge and hugely important as well. And again, it's just all about, we're all representing who exists in humanity. And so not having all of those voices at the table, in the room, in the space is not effective for business. It just isn't.
Sure. So I'm going to just say it flat out. I'm at the end of the spectrum. I'm on the other side, and that's perfectly all right. But I think that when we talk about multi-generational, I think that that's also part of being diverse. And it is so important. I mean, when you mix ingredients of different generations, it's the perfect recipe. It's the perfect cake, because otherwise you're just limited to a specific time or time and space, as opposed to getting the totality of the benefit from the different generations. Because let's face it, I mean, my generation has its flaws. Every generation does, but it also has a lot of high points. And when you add all those good high points together, I mean, it just makes the perfect recipe for a great workforce. That's my take.
I think there's kind of two aspects you kind of look at from multi-generational workloads. One is throughout the generations, different key triggers have caused major impacts in their lives. For myself as a Gen X, the big thing I remember growing up in my early development years was the Cold War. Everything was black or white. We hated Russia and USSR at the time. We didn't know why. Everybody told us that's what we're supposed to do, but so we did it. Right. And so that my generation kind of shaped a lot of that. Other people, 9/11 kind of shaped a lot of that, or different aspects throughout those generations shape their perspectives. The other aspect of it is, as you kind of get old and crusty like me, is just a little bit of wisdom. You get enough of the battle scars throughout your life, and it blends them with some of the tempered wisdom. Versus the person who might be younger, might be more energetic and wants to push and be aggressive when we go. So you kind of blend those perspectives to kind of go, all right, let's hold you back a little bit, but let's take some of those risks that energy brings with you. The thing that's not age related is the perspective of where you sit is where you see the world. Because some people will sit on a very technical level for a very long time, and they see the world from a very technical level. But if you work in a managerial level, you're going to see the world from that lens for a long period of time too. So I have seen some people who are in their 30s who've been managers and leaders for quite some time, who have a lot of wisdom because they've been able to deal with those issues, versus some technicians who've been outstanding technicians for 30 years, but they can't really solve some of the bigger problems because they never had to see the world in those lenses. So as you grow throughout your lives and your careers, kind of figure out which way you kind of want to go and pursue that track, and you can build that depth and breadth of experience that kind of helps you contribute to part of that larger team through your experiences and challenges and lessons learned through each of those separate paths.
Okay, we're going to switch to professionalism. Obviously, we talked about Ivy's with her rocking her jeans and her blazer. My professionalism has changed because I work from home. I had to find clothes I haven't worn in years and put them on. And my dress pants are getting dusty now because I don't wear them. But Amy, Johnny, and Remy, how do you see professionalism, and has it changed over your career journey?
So for me, professionalism is honoring and respecting yourself in your professional space, giving yourself grace, giving yourself time to learn, honoring and respecting the position that you have been hired to do. Learning what are the expectations of you in that position, what are the goals in that position, and as well as honoring and respecting the organization that you work for. They hired you for a reason, and aligning yourself with that vision and mission with that organization. Has that changed for me over the years? Absolutely. In the past, very early on in my career, professionalism to me was just showing up, looking the part, doing my job, and going home. And so that is what professionalism is to me.
To me, I guess I'll summarize it as dressing and behaving in a way that aligns with the organization you're a part of, the businesses you own, or the job that you want, right? So when I was in high school, my first high school job was stocking shelves at Walgreens. We did that in a shirt and tie, right? And so when you think about has it changed, well, Walgreens doesn't wear a shirt and tie anymore to stock shelves or be a cashier. So that was the professionalism, right? I aligned myself with what that organization believed in. But if I was, a part of Money Don't Sleep, they would expect me to have on that drip, right? So I would have to put on that drip to be a part of that organization. When I think about changing overall, right, I think the biggest change is that today's employees, they have a choice. They have a choice to align themselves with an organization. They don't have to just say, I'm going to put on this suit and just go work for this organization. They can start businesses. They have a bunch of organizations to choose from. They can say, hey, I want to work from home. And if this doesn't work from this company doesn't work from home, it doesn't work for me. That's the biggest thing that I love about this generation is that you all have choices. And you don't necessarily have to put up with the business standards and norms of yesteryear. So yeah.
But you need to know how to.
Right.
But you need to know how to.
Amen.
I think it's funny, Remy, you mentioned about the showing up and looking the part and everything. And I can remember my first orientation, my first job, one of the sessions we had, which was like 2 hours in the afternoon, was dressing for success. And I think that's how a lot of us over 50 probably thought of professionalism back when you first started. And even those that presented today, think about what you wore up on stage to present your business cases, the suits that's our impression of, professionalism. And I think going through my career, especially now that Ashley mentioned this whole working from home and this hybrid environment that we live in, it looks a lot different now. I think it will also change as you advance and get experience in your career. I mean, professionalism to me now is, obviously all the things that are table stakes, I need the skills to do my job and the experience, but it's also, being a good listener, being empathetic, being prepared, being disciplined about, how I think about the work, how I go about networking and promoting our, Right Pack Credit Union and showing the community how great I think it is to try to get partners hired in. So it's a lot different. I look at it through a very different lens now than I did when I was probably sitting in your seats in college.
Thank you. That concludes our questions, but we want to hear from you all. So what questions do you guys have for us? Yes. Okay.
Hello, everyone. My name is Alexis Walter. I'm a graduating senior here, majoring in business administration with a concentration in marketing. My question is for the whole panel. It doesn't matter who answers, but as a professional, because you mentioned that you work from home now, how was that transition to working from the office every single day do you guys work in the office twice a week, 7 days, 5 days a week?
I could start. So we have various categories of work at the credit union. A lot of us are in what's called a hybrid working schedule. So I personally, my team, we're in a couple of days a week. So Wednesdays and Thursdays, we're in the office. The rest of the week, we're at home. Certain roles like our member centers, which are our branches, they're in the branch every day. So it depends on the role, but we definitely have various categories. I have someone on my team who he lives closer to Cleveland than he does to the Dayton area. So he's never in the office. So it really just depends on the role.
Do you feel like you work better?
I definitely feel that we can collaborate easier. We can all just hop on a Teams meeting and whiteboard something. But there are challenges with remote work as well, and I'll maybe tee that up for another member of the panel to touch on.
Yeah, and there is challenges, and I think it's important. I have two daughters. One that recently graduated is in her first job, and they are in a hybrid environment too. And I think for this generation coming up that's used to being behind a screen, it's probably an easier transition than it was for some of us through COVID, where for the first time we were working out of our home. But I would just encourage you, and the credit union is trying to find ways to have that interaction because it is important. It's important for companies to balance the needs of who they're hiring, because the labor market is defining that for us, not us. That's really changed, where we are now having to, if it's interesting, our recruiting team, there's a lot of times where the first question out of a candidate's mouth is, can I work from home? And that never even used to be on the radar as a question, and now it is. So companies are having to be, flexible to that. But I would encourage all of you, find ways to stay connected. And that's, that is our jobs too, to find ways to keep you. And I think that's what Remy was talking about, what's so important with a hybrid, to get you to be able to come in and be visible and be participative in different events and things like that, because that's how you learn and grow too. And, you'll get more visibility and more people will know who you are. And so there's something to be said about that as well.
I'll just say one last thing for you. So as yourself as a young leader coming up, your job is to drive the culture of your team, right? What's that going to look like? And it's hard to do some of that with remote work, right? It's very difficult because there's times when you bring in together, and I want to talk about how your kid's soccer game went. How was your weekends? How your parents do. And I heard your dad's not doing so well. What's going on, right? That kind of work helps build trust and a bond between people. Because what I don't want to happen, and don't do this as a leader, is have your employees and the people you work with turn into a resource that does tasks, right? There's no person behind that. I give you 5 things, I get 5 things back. Here's 5 more. That's not a team, and that's not the culture you want to drive. And so I think managing that in a remote environment can be very, very challenging. And so there's times where I think you really need to bring people together very informally. Just yesterday, we brought together a potluck and had Taco Tuesday. I had 60 people in, and we spent some time talking about welcoming new people, new employees we just hired, some promotions we just had, congratulating somebody for 25 years working with us. We laughed, we giggled, we ate some tacos, right? Who doesn't love tacos, right? But that's how you build that teamwork. So when I come and ask you and I says, I need you to work Saturday. I know it's a lot going on, but your desire to do that is because we have a strong culture of everybody's in team, and you trust those people. And you know that I'm asking you for do something, it's important. But if you're just a task of just 5 things, you're like, oh, I don't want to do this, right? And the likelihood of doing that goes down, right? Yeah.
I just want to say one thing. My team is a financial crimes team, so it's really very hard to not be in that team environment because they share so much that's going on within, whatever cases we're working. But it's really interesting to see how at the very beginning with COVID, everybody was, oh, great, I get to work from home. I don't have to get up early in the morning, and we come in twice a week, or the team comes in twice a week, Mondays and Fridays. And it's interesting to see how their attitude has changed, because now they're looking forward to coming into the office. I can't wait, because on Fridays we get lunch out. I mean, they order lunch out and everybody gets lunch from whoever decided to get it from the deli or from wherever. But it's a completely different, kind of like what Kevin was referring to. It's a different dynamic, and it's almost part of being a family coming together. And so I think that the times have definitely changed, but I think that there are stronger ties when you have that hybrid environment, as opposed to just working directly working from home all the time, because you just don't create those relationships and those bonds with your team. So
I think there was a question up here with money don't sleep.
I do want to real quick to speak to Crown on the mental wellness piece of working hybrid. I think that transition was a challenge, and personally, it was important to get back into the practice of getting out, getting dressed, having that type of routine, because it is different when you're working from home to throw a sweater on top, and that's a real thing. And to rebuild your social muscle. I remember getting socially fatigued very quickly for the first year, and I still get that way. I can be on and then I'm tapped out very quickly, and it's been since COVID. So that social aspect was really important to having that routine, but also having that quiet reflection time became really valuable as well. Yeah. Money don't sleep.
How you doing?
Good.
I was hearing y'all saying that it was new people coming in from the younger age. I was wondering, was there any ideas that gave to y'all where y'all feel like y'all can implement it into your company as a team, or was it just like we already have our standards, we don't want to change into the new age, to the young age?
So we're 90 years old. And I always say to our new partners, we didn't turn 90 doing a lot of things wrong, and we probably believe that about ourselves. It's true. Our numbers say that we've been a growing, thriving credit union for a long time, but we know things about 90-year-olds too, right? That I don't know if you all know, my grandmother made it to 91, and so there were some things about Granny. She said what she said, and she meant what she meant, and there wasn't a whole lot to do to change that. I would say that's not our environment. We do have a very high, how, why not environment, but we are also a financial institution. And so there are some very traditional things that go along with financial institutions. I think, if I could say, COVID really kind of showed our resilience and our ability to change real quickly and to consider things differently, like even considering our different generations' perspectives on things. It forced that. I mean, I think that was a really defining moment for us as an organization on some of the traditional things that you see in financial institutions kind of shifting. But we've always been pretty open to at least engaged multi-generation, because a lot of our younger generation are who serve our members every day. So they are our voice, they're our feet on the ground. So I think we've done a good job. But we are 90 though. We are very 90 in certain ways. And I'm going to be ordering Money Don't Sleep for my son, by the way. I like the suit. I like it.
Do we have time for one more? Oh.
Good morning. My name is Rose Pierre. I am a graduating senior business administration concentrating in finance. And my question is, what are some initiatives of the credit union?
Specific to, is it in a specific area?
No, it's in general.
Oh. You got a lot going on.
Yeah.
That's why. Are you looking at for like inclusion initiatives, or just overall some of the things we're focusing on?
Overall.
Kevin.
All right, I get excited talking a little bit of geek speak every now and again. And so in terms of initiatives, is one thing that I've been working on for the last year was I put together a 5-year plan of how do we really migrate a lot of our stuff to take advantage of the cloud environment. And so a lot of our systems, I have an entire data warehouse here in Beaver Creek and another one down in Cincinnati that I want to move and utilize in a cloud environment. And so I got together a good group of team partnering together. We laid out a 5-year plan that's going to kind of get there and not only move to the cloud, but transform the way the entire credit union does business. And so we managed to bring up that plan, briefed it to the board of directors, got the head nod, and we're pressing forward to do that. It all stemmed with a couple of ideas of what we think the right thing to do, and we put together enough people together, and they put together that way ahead. Because the ways we've been working in the past, we can't sustain that for the long term. And so as we modernize the way of working and transform not just our technology, but our people and how they take advantage of technology, we're really better the way that we service our members throughout the state of Ohio.
I think, the one thing I want to mention is our intern program. So all of you, we have an internship program that we're pretty proud of, and it's continuing to evolve. So anywhere from, 15 to 20 interns that are spread across the credit union in a variety of different areas. So whether it's your interest is in marketing or technology or fraud or whatever it might be, don't hesitate to look on our website and look for those opportunities because every semester we have them on site. The other thing that's great is we work with you in your schedule for school, and I know that's really important too, and they're paid. So take a look at that, those opportunities. You have, oh no, you don't have our names. I think the names are on the agenda. Feel free to connect with us on LinkedIn as well, and we can help you navigate through that process. And then the last thing, just that Kevin mentioned, is our expansion across the state of Ohio. So for those of you that are, maybe even living in Columbus area, we continue to open member centers there. We have a call center there as well. And different opportunities. So that's a pretty big initiative for us over the next 5+ years.
Something that I would touch on that Ivy alluded to, we are a 90-plus-year-old organization, and we realize that the future member looks different than the current member that we may have. And so you all are what we would call our future member. We have a lot of initiatives going on where we're looking at new technologies, new ways to interface with our members, whether that be texting, chat, video services. We're looking at AI. So we really want to start engaging outwardly with our younger generation of members to make sure that we're being competitive in the community in the financial space. So if any of you ever have accounts at the credit union, thank you for your membership if you are, but never hesitate to reach out to us and say, hey, I have this on my Chase account. Why doesn't WritePat have it? Because we do take that feedback seriously as we work to continue to evolve and transform our credit union.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Erinique Major. I'm a sophomore majoring in business administration with a concentration in finance. And I noticed that you mentioned you guys have internship opportunities. Do you guys provide sponsorship for international students? And if not, do you plan on doing so in the future?
Short answer, yes, we currently do. I actually had an intern that was that worked with me this past year from Ghana, and we worked with the individuals from Wright State University, but we worked with the university and the hiring process to sponsor that individual. So yes. And the positions are actually on Handshake, not our website, if you all are familiar with Handshake.
Hello, my name is Alana Jones. I will be a master's student in the fall. So are your internships open to master's students as well? Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? We have one all the way back there.
Oh, okay.
Get your workout in, Randy.
It may not reach right after. I don't want to break it.
It's okay. Hello, hi y'all. My name is Brittany Blake. I'm a business MIS major. I had a question about what you guys are looking for, because as a student, I'm now looking for internships, looking for jobs. And the biggest hurdle I got was, well, you don't have enough experience. So how would you guys help me with that? Or what are you guys looking for to hire someone like me, being fresh out of college or, a senior?
I can actually answer that since I do the hiring for majority of the North region. So we do have several entry-level positions. So our entry-level positions, what we call a teller, is a member experience representative. We also have a financial coach position. And then once you enter in those entry-level positions, you can go anywhere within the credit union. Personally, I graduated with a bachelor's in finance, and I went to the call center, and then I worked my way up to financial coach, assistant manager, manager, and now I'm a regional manager. So it is possible.
just one thing I'll add to this is Right Pack Credit Union might be a little bit different than other organizations, but this is something we say in the credit union all the time. You can go to any other financial institution and get everything that Right Pack Credit Union offers. There's nothing at Right Pack Credit Union product-wise that we offer, a car loan, a checking account, that you can't get from any other place. Chase, Fifth Third, any other financial.
Small business accounts for money don't.
Nice. Well done.
She likes saying that.
What we really care about is the service that we provide to our membership. So when you are applying at Right Pack Credit Union, what we care about is that you care about our membership and the people that you're going to be serving. So I can tell you as a hiring manager myself, I'm not looking through to say, did you get a master's? How many, do you have 15 years plus in this industry? What I'm looking for is, do you really care about the job that you're coming for? And will you serve us in a way that is valuable to our members and to our other partners? Sure.
I just want to add to that passion. As long as you've got passion for what you do, you're on the right path.
And I would just add, lastly, outside of Right Pack Credit Union, just the importance of internships or assistantships. A lot of times we want to go in and our degree like drive us to like director, manager, but life is a journey and life is a process. I will tell you all, my previous role before coming to Right Pack was at a social service agency where I started as an intern and ended as the director of marketing and communications. And so, what I mean? There's a trajectory there. I think Brittany shared her pathway. It's a process, and we can never think it's not a process. There's a book out there I recommend you read called Take the Stairs. And it's about that. It's about respecting the process. Like there are only few times, and I'm not saying it doesn't happen, but everything in life isn't, degree director. That's not really that's most often not how it happens unless you're owning your own, which is okay too. But respect the process. And those internships are valuable. For our internships, we've hired several of our interns to be full-time partners in our organization. So they're just super valuable to your journey and your process. And go in maybe asking for that. If they say to you, you don't have enough experience, can I intern with you and get the experience? Don't take that no. Say, hey, well, not now. Tell me what I need to do. Can you teach me?
Grab a mic. I'm from Morocco, and I know it can be scary to come to a new country and start your professional career. So what I would like to tell you exactly is, with Right Pack Credit Union, it feels like you are home. I'm not from Ohio, like I said. I'm from Morocco. I don't have family in Ohio. But what kept me here is Right Pack Credit Union. It's not for the money, it's for the people. You can make money, you can get a paycheck anywhere you go. But feeling home was the most important thing to me. So to the international students, if you have questions, if you're concerned about specific things when it comes to finding an internship, a job, please let us know. We'll be happy to help. We'll be happy to guide. And then personally be happy to answer questions you have. The process can be a little bit tricky. I've been there, I've done that. So thank you.
Thank you so much. We are at our time and we want to stay on time. So thank you to our panel and thank you to all of you for your participation. And if you have any other questions, please get in contact with one of us. We'll stick around here for a couple minutes. But thank you so much for having us. And again, at Right Pack Credit Union, we help people through life. Thank you.
And thank you for coming. I think the dean is in his office or we're wrapping up. My name is Curtis Pettis. I'm the Vice President for Administration, Finance, and CFO. Thank you for coming today. And you know that we want to engage you on more partnerships and not only handling our students, but supporting the institution. So we're thankful for you coming today and supporting the activities, and turn it over to the professor here and for the next thing. So thank you for coming.
Good morning, everyone. Real brief, my name is Roy Burrows Jr. I'm a graduating senior, double majoring in accounts and finance, and I'm Mr. College of Business. So on behalf of the College of Business here and the faculty and staff, I'd like to present all of you and the panelists with a small token of our love and appreciation for taking out time out of your busy schedules to speak to us today. So thank you.
We are going to get ready for the next session, which is going to be the keynote speaker. So thank you, and just about 3 to 5 minute break.
I'm looking for somebody. I don't see him. Miss Stepney, is the provost in here? Oh, okay. I know he's here. I didn't see him. Yeah, thank you, Dr. Reed. When I said take a picture, I didn't mean of me. Thank you, sir. All righty then. Show them how to get up here. Dr. No, only if you unplug the HDMI. Okay. There we go. I should have known it was something I was doing wrong. All right. If you all would, let me have your attention. I'm going to ask our Provost and Vice President of Academic Affairs, Dr. F. Eric Brooks, to come up and introduce our guest speaker. For the record, he had a purple tie on today, and he took it off. He told me he wasn't wearing that purple tie over here in my college. Dr. Brooks, let's give him a hand.
Thank you, Dr. Akins. Dr. Akins and I go back and forth. Both of our fraternities were founded in 1911. Mine was founded first. And so we go at each other back and forth. All right, I'm going to do what I've been tasked to do, which is to introduce our wonderful speaker, Monica Brown. Monica Brown is currently a Regional Human Resource Director for U.S. Manufacturing at Whirlpool Corporation. She also serves as the Manufacturing Equality Pledge Workstream Lead, Human Resources and Manufacturing Leadership Development Programs, Steering Committee member, and supports corporate inclusion and diversity initiatives. Prior to her current role, she has held positions of increasing responsibility at Whirlpool, as well as the following companies: Kohl's corporate offices, J.C. Penney Corporation, and Interpac Corporations. And I told her two of those I've spent a lot of money at J.C. Penney's and at Kohl's. Monica completed the majority of her education at University of Wisconsin-Whitewater, but completed her bachelor's degree in business administration at the University of Phoenix. Monica has obtained several world-renowned training and leadership assessment facilitation certifications from DDI, Achieve Global, and other organizations. She received Lean certification from JCPenney Corporation. She has been trained to facilitate inclusion and diversity training by Franklin Covey. She is also trained, she's also prides herself in being a continual learner and champion for inclusion in the workplace and beyond. Monica is proud that her family has a history of attending historically Black universities, all the way back to the early 1900s at Lane College in Jackson, Tennessee. She has family members who also attended Tennessee State University in Nashville and other HBCUs. She's a strong supporter of all HBCUs and is committed to giving her time, talents, and donations to support our beloved institutions across the country. Monica is also a proud member of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated and was initiated into the Lambda Alpha chapter at University of Wisconsin-Whitewater. She is currently a member of the Dayton Alumni chapter and serves as chair for the Delta Academy program. She's also a proud member of the board of directors for the College of Business at Central State University. The most important things in her life are her family, including her husband, Vince, daughters Morgan and Brianna, and her grandchildren, and their extended family. With no further ado, we're going to bring to the stage Miss Monica Brown.
Thank you for the great introduction. I am very excited to be here. I kind of felt like Beyonce or something. I had to come out from the curtain. I wasn't expecting that. So I'm just very excited to be here this morning for several reasons. One, as was mentioned in my introduction, I am very proud that my family has, a lot of my family members have attended historically Black colleges and universities. My father going to Lane College, that's how I got my education, is because my father got an education. And so Lane prepared him well. So I'm forever grateful to what historically Black colleges and universities do for our community. So it's a pleasure to be here. I am excited to talk about having an innovative approach to starting your career, because it is so important to stand out, to be different. There will be a lot of college students graduating when you graduate. And so you want to stand out and make sure that you get the best opportunities for the career path that you want to go in. So we'll jump right in here. First, though, I want to share that I'm excited to have brought two of our wonderful team members from our largest manufacturing plant, Clyde Manufacturing Plant, here in Ohio. So I have Isaac Nuama here with me. He is a senior engineering analyst at the Clyde facility and works in our quality department. So the great refrigerators, washers, dryers that you receive come from our work that our quality teams do across our plants. So thank you for joining us today, Isaac. And then Katie Mullins is part of our HR team at our Clyde facility as senior HR representative. You want to make sure that you don't let Katie leave, because she just told me she has internship opportunities open. So don't let her leave this room if you're looking for an internship. So to tell you a little bit about myself and why can I get up here and share this message. So first, starting off, I built my foundation. I did start my college education at a historically Black college and university at Grambling State University. And for personal reasons, family reasons, I transferred back to finish my degree at Whitewater. But my first year and a half of college was probably my best at Grambling State. So I do have a piece of the HBCU experience. A big part of my foundation also comes from my membership in Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated. I'll talk about that a little bit later. Early in my career, my first opportunity to get into HR was with the state of Wisconsin. I had no plans to do the internship that I did. I was an accounting major, went to a career fair, and met someone from the state of Wisconsin. They told me about an affirmative action internship program. I interviewed. and they told me, I'm sorry, we don't have any accounting jobs, but the person interviewing was hiring an HR intern, and the rest is history. So, perfect example of one, the value of an internship, because you may gain experience that you didn't even expect to gain, but two, you never know where your life's going to take you. We heard that before from the panel as well. Then I went into the staffing industry and then worked for Kohl's corporate offices and J.C. Penney early in my career, and cut my teeth in the recruiting world. And one of my roles was in university relations. So recruiting and hiring college students has been a strong part of what I've done in my career. And one of my favorite things, I just told Katie and Isaac, that's one of my favorite jobs I've ever had because it's such an impactful job. In the middle of my career, I worked for Action Corporation, which is now Interpac, a large global manufacturing company, and now work for Whirlpool. I started with the KitchenAid division of the company, which you're all probably very familiar with, our stand mixer. So got a chance to work with one of our iconic brands. And now where I am now, I'm at the point in my career where teaching and building talent is where most of my time is spent, whether it's doing things like this, being out in the community, or it's within the organization. And so I wanted to come and share a little bit of what, I've learned throughout my career to share with you, to help you to prepare and have an innovative approach to your career path. So first, I'll just start with a little bit about Whirlpool and why you should come work for us. I have to do that. I'm in HR. So our vision as a company is to be the best kitchen and laundry company in constant pursuit of improving life at home. And we also believe that internally for our employees as well. Coming to work every day, we spend a lot of time together. We need to make sure that our environment is a good environment. So when people go home, they can rest, relax, and enjoy their families as well. I am a little too aggressive here. Sorry about that. So you can see here, we own a lot of brands. When people hear Whirlpool, sometimes they don't realize that we own Amana, Maytag, Whirlpool, KitchenAid brands. Some of the other brands that you see here are brands that will be recognized in other countries, but are Whirlpool brands. We are a $22 billion company with a goal of being $30 million over the next 5 years. We have 69,000 employees across the globe. And we've invested $1 billion over the last year into research and capital, which means buildings and expanding our products into other markets. So continuing growing, you'll hear from people that manufacturing is not a growing industry. That is not the case, especially in the United States as things are reshoring. Manufacturing is definitely an industry that you should consider in a growing industry. We are very committed to inclusion and diversity at Whirlpool, and I'm very proud of a commitment that we made 2 years ago now. Our CEO, Mark Bitzer, made a personal commitment. He's always proud to share he's only made 2 pledges in his time as CEO, 5 years now. And this is the second one. And that is a pledge to equality and fairness for our Black colleagues within the company, and then also reaching out into the community. So he has set targets and expectations of all of us that we will increase the number of Black employees by 50%. And increase the number of Black directors and above in the company by 50%, and develop relationships with 2 to 3 historically Black colleges. Hence why I am here today. I introduced Central State to the organization as where we should be. We have 5 plants in this state. There's no reason we shouldn't have a partnership with the historically Black college in this state. And then mentoring and development program for Black high potential leaders was the other commitment. So just wanted to tell you a little bit about Whirlpool. I am a part of the integrated supply chain team. And so we essentially make and ship the product to customers. As I mentioned, we have the 5 plants in Ohio, and then we have plants in 4 other states, and then all across the globe. All right, enough about me and the company. So you'll see here our stand mixer of the year, Hibiscus. It's every year there's a lot of time and energy put into creating a plan, for what the new stand mixer is going to look like. What color is it going to be? We have over 100 colors for the stand mixer. This year, we went as far as to go to Fashion Week to understand what was the color of the year for clothes. If you go into a store, you're going to see a lot of hibiscus clothes. And the reason that I share this is in order for us to stay alive as a company, to continue to attract customers, we have to stand out. We have to do something different. And the amount of time, energy, people, resources, research that goes into identifying what color should the stand mixer be is the type of energy that you should put into how do you make a plan for your career. You want to have a plan, you want to think, you want to research, you want to make sure that you have goals set. And I'll talk a little bit about how do you do that. It's just really important that you make a plan. So 77% of students reported feeling confident that their professionalism, work, teamwork, and collaboration skills were on target. They were 100% ready to go coming out of college. Employers disagree, 43%. You can stand out. If you get involved in organizations, practice teamwork skills, at work, as you're working with people, work on your teamwork skills, collaboration skills, you can be a part of that 43% and help raise that number, that you can be prepared. And I'm going to talk about some of the tools that are available for you right at your hands for you to be able to use that. Thank you. So, this is not to say employers are saying, college graduates aren't valued, and we have leadership programs and all types of things to help close those gaps. We don't expect Central State to send you out ready to go, to hit the ground, to be a director, to be a manager. That's not what the role of education is. Education is to give you skills to be able to learn when you get in the workforce. You're not going to get everything that you need. But you can elevate yourself above others so that your career trajectory is greater if you start off, obviously, at a faster pace. So again, are you equipped? 4 out of 10 college students feel extremely prepared for their future careers. And that's more so of, can you solve problems? Do you know how to write a resume? Do you know how to interview? Do you know how to search for a job? So college graduates aren't feeling prepared. But I learned a poem when I was going through the initiation process for Delta Sigma Theta. Excuses are the tools of the incompetent used to build bridges to nowhere and monuments of nothingness. My soror is saying it with me. We believe that. And you have to believe that too. Don't make excuses for why you don't know something. Use your resources. Differentiate yourself. Be purposeful in how you think about your career. In every interaction that you have while you're on campus, while you're at work, when you're meeting people, be purposeful and develop a plan. Set a goal. For your career objectives, you want to do 3 to 4 things that you want to accomplish in the next 2 to 3 years. Have a plan. If you don't have a plan, how do you know where you're going to end up? How do you get there if you don't make a plan? Write it down. This slide is something that I've used in training classes to have people create a plan, have 4 things that they're going to do for their career this year, and then put it up in their desk. Because if it's before you, you're going to commit yourself to it. It's going to be a constant reminder. So write down, what are the 4 things you're going to do to set yourself up for an innovative career path this year in 2023. Use your resources. So I don't know if we have anybody from career services in here or not, but only 40% of students across the country use career services as an undergraduate student. I went out and just Googled what is Central State doing from a career services standpoint, and I saw this Readiness Week out here as one example, and then I saw many examples out on Facebook and other places. There are so many opportunities for you to prepare yourself. Don't miss an opportunity. On the right side of this slide, you will see me and 2 people. One in the middle there is Jan. Jan Bilgen was the Assistant Director of Career Services when I was at the University of Wisconsin-Whitewater. This photo is from last month. I was doing a very similar presentation, went back to Wisconsin to present for her. Every single time that I talk to her, she tries to get me to move back to Wisconsin and work for University of Wisconsin-Whitewater, but she's my reference still to this day because I worked for her. When I also now, go back and help students and do mock interviews and things with her. But they have poured so much into me, and I can maintain those relationships. You just never know, when you are going to need a connection. And she has been a great connection for me. Now she's sending me students to be able to hire. So we're going to start working with their supply chain program. So build your networks while you're here at Central State. The leadership team here is passionate, I know, about what they do. And they are here to give you advice and counsel. They've seen many students come through. They've worked with many employers. Make sure that you are spending time in career services. If the career services team does not know your name, that needs to be goal number one in your career plan. They should know your name. They should know your goals, so that when activities are going on, you're not just getting the email like all the rest of the students. When something was going on campus, I'd get a call from Jan. In my apartment, we didn't have cell phones, so she had to come to my apartment. But call me, hey, Monica, this event is going on. This person's going to be here. You want a personal relationship with career services. Some of your professors, there's other people on campus as well, but career services is so essential because that's where we all come to as employers to be able to find talent, to come in and assist you with creating a plan for your career. And then you want to own your own career plan and preparation as well. Again, the university is not going to give you everything you need. That's not their job. They're giving you the skills to be able to seek the things that you need. I did a couple of searches for career planning for college students, came up with free courses that you can go out and take. So Udemy is a app online resource where you can take and pay for courses, but they also have thousands of free courses as well. So for only 40% of students to feel like 43% of employers to feel like students are prepared when they're coming out of college, baffles me when we have so many resources out here for self-study. So don't let the opportunity pass you to go out and dig and find information to train yourself and to learn and see what's out there about resume writing and interviewing. There's examples of interviews. They have videos on YouTube of people conducting interviews. So you can hear what are some of the questions that people ask. If you go out and search out on Indeed or Google, there's some employer reviews. People actually post the questions that companies ask in interviews. How great would it be for you to go in knowing this is what someone is going to ask me? It's not a mystery, right? If you're talking to a recruiter about an internship, there's nothing wrong with asking, hey, tell me how I can prepare for the interview. So use every opportunity to learn so that you can be in that percentage of students who feels confident walking into an interview, walking into your career path, that you know what you need to do. And then don't forget about friends and family, your circle around you, your village. Talk to people that you know about what their experiences have been. You're not the first person to ever interview. You're not the first person to ever write a resume. Ask other people to see their resume, get examples, get feedback, share your resume, and be open to feedback, right? You're going to get a lot of information though. One of the things I tell people is everybody has an opinion about how you should write your resume. Take all of that information, take all of the good points, and then make it yours. We had our panel talk about, being authentic. Be authentic in those processes as well. That's your story. That's your brand. You want to make your brand the way that you want it to be. So I'm gonna ask you to do something. Take out your phones, and I want you to write down Udemy and go find 2 courses out on Udemy. Free courses. Just type in free career planning or resume writing, and go take 2 courses before the career fair next week. Be prepared when you walk in that career fair to be able to talk to the recruiters that are there. Have a plan. There, I gave you one thing for your plan already. There you go. Mastering networking. Networking is so critical. One of the reasons I'm here today is because of networking, because of part of organizations. My husband is a member of Omega Psi Phi. That's how I met. That's how I met Dr. Akins. And the personal connection obviously says, hey, he's working for Central State. Him and Teresa are friends of ours, and so I'm going to come support. So through my network, this is how I ended up here. This is how I ended up on the board. Opportunities come from as you interact and meet people every day. Make sure that during this conference, during career fairs, you connect, you network. But there's some other creative ways that you can network as well. Volunteer. Get out, get into volunteer organizations outside of the campus. You will meet people. We do Habitat Builds, take our leadership teams out. We're very proud of our relationship with Habitat. We've built 50 homes with Habitat, so very, very proud of what we do. If students are out and building with Habitat, guess who you'd be meeting? Leadership from Whirlpool. So you're out doing community service, but you're networking, you're meeting people as well. And then alumni, homecoming. And I went to Grambling. Homecoming is fun. It's a lot of fun. Love it. Need to get back to Grambling's homecoming. I'll be at Central States this year. There'll be a lot of people like me who are decision makers in companies. Have fun, but network. Don't leave homecoming without a couple of names of people that you're going to connect to on LinkedIn, that you're going to follow up with to talk about your career. You know, it's fun to be together and hang out with the other students, but that's a prime opportunity to meet other people who can help you with your career. So make sure you take advantage of that opportunity. And then get out and go to places that you normally wouldn't be. So this is a picture of the NAACP banquet for the students. Raise your hand if you've ever been to the NAACP banquet in Dayton. You've missed an opportunity. The NAACP banquet is going to be filled with decision makers. Great opportunity to go and meet some people. So go places that aren't necessarily traditional places that are probably going to be where a college student would choose to go. When I was in college, an NAACP banquet with a bunch of older people didn't sound fun and exciting to me either. I'm in that population now, but had I known then what I know now, I would have been in the seat because I would have been sitting at a table with 7 other people who potentially could have helped me catapult my career even faster. So show up in places that other college students may not be showing up. Stand out. People will be very shocked to see you as a student at an event like that. And it's just a great organization to be a part of as well. Make sure that you are building a personal brand. So LinkedIn is an amazing resource, but it's how you use it. It's how you show up. Now, we're not going to get into the other social media brands. I'm sure you've been talking about those. Let's talk about the professional one. It's different. This isn't TikTok. This isn't, you guys don't use Facebook, Instagram, and probably other platforms that I don't know. It is your professional social interactions. This is an opportunity I didn't have when I was in college. There was no LinkedIn. I met people by going to things. There's 66 million people on LinkedIn. You have an amazing opportunity to meet people, but you want to show up in the right way. Make sure that you are in professional attire for your photo, that you have a welcoming picture. My first picture I had professionally done, and my photographer does this. I actually own a company as well. So, he had me take one smiling, one facing forward, and he gave me all the tips about, why I wanted how I should use each photo. So if possible, have someone do it professionally. Otherwise, just make sure it's a really good photo. Some of you all have mastered. My daughter's in college. She can take quite a photo. So I know you know how to take pictures. Just make sure 50 to 60% is your face. The rest, you want to be very careful about, ladies, low tops, those kinds of things. So just take your shoulder up, and then you don't have to worry about, is the picture appropriate? No selfies. Have somebody else take the picture. Make sure the lighting is good. You want everybody to be drawn into your face, right? When you go to a concert, they have the lighting just right because they want you to pay attention to a certain part of the stage. You want to show up in that photo so that you catch someone's eye when they open up your profile. And then, again, if you can get a professional photo, that's great. There are a lot of places that offer free services for college students. People run specials, those kinds of things. So I'm happy to share some of those resources if anyone wants that information. And then be present and be noticeable on LinkedIn. So 44% of LinkedIn users take home more than $75,000 a year. And I can tell you people making $75,000 a year or more are decision makers. So you want to be out there. You want to be amongst them. You want to be having conversations with them. You want to be connecting to them because that's who's going to help you find career opportunities. They're also going to share information about your industry, about their companies, so you can learn from them. Millennials make up over 59% of those LinkedIn user base, and they're in those decision-making roles. So they're people that you may not necessarily interact with as regularly, but you can do so online. But how do you do that? How do you be present? You want to engage with people. So send invites. You want to be strategic though. So don't go send 200 invites to people that you have no idea, have nothing in common with. Go connect to alumni. Join groups. Look for groups that are related to your major. If you are a human resources major, go look for Society of Human Resource Management. If you're an accounting major, search accounting, you'll find a lot of groups. Get into those groups. There's going to be conversations going on, and you'll be able to add some value to the conversation, but also you can ask questions as well. So great place to learn and then also network with people. And if people see you interacting in a group, they're much more likely to accept your invitation online as well. And then you want to stay active. Just don't overdo it. So it's not TikTok. We don't need 2-minute video every 5 minutes. Okay. I love TikTok, by the way, so I'm not criticizing it. I love it. You want to respond to messages promptly as well. So if you start to put yourself out there, start to post, start to interact, if someone responds back to you to a message, you want to make sure that you're responsive and engaging with people as well. And then search for jobs. Even if you're a freshman, go out, look for what jobs are being posted, see what companies are talking about jobs, see what skills they're looking for, go and see who's doing the hiring at the company, click on the company, read the company's page, learn about the company. You really want to make sure that you're researching what are all of the opportunities out there, because there's going to be companies that I had never heard of Actuant Corporation. I had no idea what they did, but I actually found them on LinkedIn because I was out searching, thinking, it's time for me to find a new opportunity. That company popped up. I went and searched and understood what they did, what their products were. I looked at their financials. That's really important when you're looking at a company. I went and looked at their financials and landed at a company that I had no idea about before. So keep your mind open and continue to look and see what's out there. Then you also kind of know, especially as you get closer to graduation, what are the potential opportunities that I could have? So then that can be a part of your plan is here's the 5 companies that I've seen, posting jobs, and they're interesting to me. Their values match mine. They have the type of opportunities. They have the leadership development program I'm looking for. And you have a targeted then recruiting plan. And you can say, okay, well, the career fair is coming up. This company's going to be there. I've researched them. So make your career planning ongoing. So go out to LinkedIn right now on your phone. I know you pick up those phones all the time. I didn't see too many phones get picked up. Pick up your phone, type in Central State University, and find 3 alumni and send them a connection. You have a relationship that is invaluable. Your alumni are passionate about this university. I know it. There's not a student that doesn't go to a historically Black college that is not highly excited about giving back in any way that they can. I haven't met one. So use that opportunity. Find 3 people, connect to them, send them an inbox and say, I was at a LEED conference today. They told me that, connecting with alumni is a great opportunity to meet people. Are you welcome? Are you open to connecting with me? And you never know. Somebody may email back and say, hey, yes, I'd love to meet you. Would you like to have a conversation? You never know how each engagement is going to help you in your career path. And then use the features on LinkedIn as well. So there are events going on all the time. And a lot of them are interactive, like Zoom meeting type events. And I've participated in some of them, met a lot of great professionals across the country. So you are expanding your network beyond just who you see and could naturally interact with by just attending events in this area. You are opening yourself up to what's happening across the country, could be across the globe as well. You're learning, and LinkedIn allows you to, for certain events, certain certifications and courses and things you take, they allow you to put that onto your profile. So that shows people that you're actively engaged and you're a continual learner. So a lot of opportunity out there for you, again, to prepare yourself, to help yourself stand out, and to be innovative in your career planning process. And then you want to gain experience. Right Pat Credit Union team touched on this topic and gave you some great insight. 100% aligned, an internship or some type of experience is essential. Again, you're going to learn so much in college, but you need to be able to show that you can apply what you've learned. That's the most important part of it. And your opportunity to get employment after graduation significantly increases. 90% of eligible returning interns, so someone who's interned 1 year and went back to the company, 90% of them receive a full-time offer after they walk out of that company. 90%. So you have a 9 out of 10 chance if you find an internship sophomore year and then intern again junior year with a company. You have a 90% job. You can just go through senior year, not worried about, am I going to have a job? That's a lot of stress off of you. You can just worry about graduating, right? We do that at Whirlpool. For example, we've opened up our programs to sophomores. So again, Katie, right down here, Katie, you want to know Katie? We do hire sophomores into our internships in our plants and at corporate as well. So 90% of those that work due to internships at a company accept offers to come full-time because they've learned the company, they feel comfortable. What a great way to start your first job is with people that you already know and a culture you already know. So you want to make sure that you're getting experience in building relationships and maintaining those relationships. Now, everybody's not going to be able to do that. But even non-returning interns, 43.5% of them were offered a job. So just did one internship with the company, 43.5% of them get placement with that company. So they come back to school senior year, stress-free about finding a job. And then 17% of 2022 grads own their own business. So amazing businesses presented today. You are doing the right thing. You are building skills. You are building leadership. You are going to be able to demonstrate in your resume and your conversations with employers that you understand business. That is an invaluable set of knowledge that you have. You're going to learn so much in customer interaction and tweaking your business and marketing your business. That is valuable experience. Just make sure you go to career services so they can help you put that on a resume so you can really sell yourself well. So it's really important that you find a way to get experience. And now with gig jobs and social media influencers, and there's so many ways for you to gain experience. There's no reason that you don't have experience on your resume. So you create an experience if there isn't an experience out there. And you may not have an idea, but a friend may have an idea, and you can work that idea together. Get together with some friends and say, we need to get some experience. What can we do? Can we start something? We build something? Can we go be a part of another student's company, whatever it may be? But just make sure that you are finding ways to build your skills and apply what you're learning by gaining experience. So my final words for you today are: 1, make a plan, work that plan, and revise it regularly. We use what we refer to as a career compass at Whirlpool to map out where do we want to go, what is the next position we want, what do we want to gain through that position. I've been with Whirlpool for 6 years. I've probably had 50 career compasses because we'll change how the organization is set up. There's a new position. We built the racial equality pledge and that added roles. And so inclusion diversity changed. So I changed what my jobs were on that career plan. I took on projects that I didn't expect to take on. So I gained some experience. So I changed what I'm going to do next, what's on my development plan as well, because we have development plans. You need to look at your career plan. So when you write out those 3 or 4 things, look at it once a month and say, is this still on target for where I'm trying to go? And then you're a brand. So build your brand, market it, get out there, go places that you wouldn't normally go, get out on LinkedIn, and then engage and create opportunities to meet decision makers. So last action, go out on LinkedIn. Phones, pull your phones out again. Go look for Monica Street Brown and send me a connection. I guarantee you, if you inbox me, you ask me a question, you send me your resume, you want me to look at it, I will do it. I've done it for many students. You have a connection today in me. So there should be no excuses that you walk into an interview not sure what to do, what to wear, because I'm offering to each one of you here today to give you that support. So thank you. Thank you to Dr. Akins. Thank you to Central State for the opportunity. And I will be here for the next 2 days. So please introduce yourself and ask me any questions that you may have.
Somebody's coming up behind you there. Man, that started to look like a drug transaction you had going. All right, folks, we're going to head over to the University Center Ballroom, second floor. And I'm asking my students to kind of guide our visitors over that way so we don't have folks walking around lost. Lunch starts at noon. We'll get started a few minutes late, but if we can, let's take 5 minutes. Let's get over there and let's enjoy a meal together. Day is don't feed people to the end of the day.
Absolutely.
We seem to have lost some folks. So we'll take a picture real quick.
All right. Thank you.
See, a Q would have got that on the first try.
See,
I'm just
this
saying.
is
I'm just
the
saying. I'm just
fine
saying.
line. Let's not start, y'all.
All right. It is my distinct pleasure to introduce our next guest. Where did your plane go? I was going Miss Maria Rutherford Long, who has been and we had students lined up to do this. I don't know what happened to them, but I can introduce Maria. This is easy. I mean, if I had to do that as a job, I could spend half a day talking about some of the things that Maria has done for this institution and specifically the College of Business. She has served on the BAC. I ain't gonna say how many years because I might give you an age. I'm not gonna say what year you graduated from Central State either. But she graduated from Central State. I'm pretty sure she was a cheerleader, right? Member of Delta Sigma Theta and all of that, right? So Maria is one of our biggest supporters. And we also have Janice Lee here from Fifth Third Bank. And I'm not going to read their bios, that you have them in the program. But what I will say is Fifth Third is definitely a friend of the College of Business and has been for decades. And not only the College of Business, but also the university. So let's give our next presenters a hand. They will be speaking on the topic of emotional change, a candid conversation about emotional intelligence. And for some of you students who have taken, let me see, my class, nah, none of y'all, y'all were scared. But I'm going to turn this over to Ms. Maria and Ms. Lee. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Akins. It has always been a joy to work with you and for working with the university. All of these things, I need y'all to repeat with me. For God, for Central, for State. Okay, so you know I'm a cheerleader, so that was a little weak. We're going to work on that, okay? I might call on you again. I first want to get started. Let's get this party started. Young lady, you win a gift card. You can pick Kroger or MasterCard. Which one would you like? Okay, come on up here and tell us who you are. Tell us your major, when you're graduating. She was the first one here, y'all. I like to give incentives.
Hey y'all, my name is Bria, and hey, my major is Management Information Systems, and I'll be graduating in class of 24. 24.
Yay. Congratulations, and thank you for your diligence. She came early and was here and ready to go. So let's get started. I want to thank again Dr. Akins and the College of Business for inviting us to the LEED program. Fifth Third Bank has always participated in the LEED program, and we're so grateful that we were asked to come back. I am an alumnus, the class of 1974. 78, not 74. I came in 74. Was a cheerleader, also Miss Central State University. And most recently, I was awarded the opportunity to join the Hall of Fame for Central State University, which is really, really an amazing award that I received, and so grateful for that opportunity. And I would look forward to seeing some of your faces in the future, because one of the ways that you can move your career forward is to give back. And so you're here gaining and gleaning, but when you leave, it's time to come back and give. So you heard our topic. It's about emotional intelligence, but I want to define that real quick for you. Emotional intelligence is an awareness, being in control of your emotions. And one of the things that we learned, my wonderful colleague Janice Lee have learned, that it's an important tool in your journey to be successful in whatever career you choose. So my first question is going to be to my colleague. Janice, you picked this topic. You work with this every day. But what I want to know is, tell us a little bit about yourself.
Well, let's see. Janice Lee. I am originally from Akron, Ohio, but I went to the University of Cincinnati, and I have now lived in Cincinnati longer than I have lived in my hometown. So Cincinnati, there we go. Cincinnati is home. This is my passion. I love giving back to universities and colleges and the students and connecting, because you guys keep us young, you keep us relevant. And like Ms. Maria said, we always like to pay it forward. So today we're just going to have a conversation about emotional intelligence and change management, which I have coined emotional change. And you'll learn a little bit more about me in the conversation.
Wow, I love that. She smashed those two topics together. Change management and emotional intelligence. This is going to be great. What I want to ask you next is, when we look at the self-management, the self-awareness, the social awareness, and the relationship management of emotional intelligence, how has the emotional change impacted your career?
Wow. So emotional intelligence, the quickest and shortest way to remember is self-awareness and awareness of others, right? You like to say, read the room. How many of y'all have said that?
How many of y'all can do
intelligence.
it? Can you read the room? Okay.
Isn't that fun? Well, I mean, but that's emotional intelligence. When you have to read the room, when you have to be aware of yourself and others, because you may be feeling a type of way, so you checking to make sure you're not the only one. And if you are, that's the part, the emotional part, right? Why am I reacting this way, but no one else seems to be triggered? No one else seems to be having an emotional reaction. That's an emotional intelligence, because you know how you feel, but then you're also seeing how others are feeling or reacting in that moment. That's emotional intelligence. Emotional change management. I think the most recent example of an emotional change has been the pandemic. Would you all agree? It has disrupted and changed everything that we know and love. Some for the better. We've got some good things from the pandemic, but there were also some things we wish could go back the other way, and unfortunately they won't. But emotional change in that, you were very aware of how the pandemic was making you feel. And usually people have an emotional reaction to change because they don't have information relevant to the change. The pandemic was terrifying because we didn't know anything about it, right? So to make it a little bit more not as dire or emotional, no pun intended, let's talk about I'm working, and all of a sudden we go through an organizational change. We go through an org chart change. So let's say I normally work with Maria, and now I'm going to get a whole new manager, right? I don't know this person. I don't know anything about them. Are they going to change what I do? Are they going to change little things like what time do they expect me to get to the office? What time do they expect me? How do they expect to communicate? Do they like to text? Do they like to email? Do they like to use Teams? All of these little things are changes that affect how you show up. And so if it's an adjustment, you have to see how that adjustment is going to impact you, and will it affect how you deliver the best version of you.
And so in that delivery, what we found that there are multiple facets that help you deliver your responses, because the only thing you can change is your response to the change. And so adaptability, being able to be compatible, making those pivots when you need to, is critical in being successful in any career. We've had the blessing to work in corporate America. Is fast-paced, change comes all the time. And so we've learned the art of pivoting, and we are still learning the art of processing, which is the emotional change portion of it. I just had a dear colleague that I've known in the field for 25 years, who used to be my supervisor, move on to another role. And that was traumatic for me. And so I had to learn how to respond to, in a positive way, to this change. It's going to be a great thing for her, but I'm going to miss her. I'm going to miss her leadership on the team and those. That is real. And so we want to help you understand how important managing your emotions in those kinds of situations. If you get a bad review, Or if you get a review that gives you a checkup from the neck up, how do you respond? So Janice, tell me a little bit about how a success story on how you apply this emotional intelligence change management space.
So I have a very recent one that's still kind of in progress. So last year, I started a new role that affords me to do what I'm doing today and being a university relations manager. It was a new development opportunity for me, and it was going well, excited, learning new things every step of the way. And halfway through the year, I had a very emotional change. I had a manager suddenly leave, and then there were two on a very small team. And I don't know anything about this role that I'm in. So I'm left to navigate and learn as I go, relying on my peer, but not wanting to be a burden. And so also recognizing that she was going through an emotional reaction to this change as well. But we have to get through what is the busiest season that you all know as fall recruiting, right? And so getting through that, at the end of kind of flying blind, quite literally, we were able to improve our process. We were able to improve our timelines. We were able to get, I would say, 90% of our positions filled after we took on a whole new process and responsibilities that were not defined, nor did we have enough resources to execute in an excellent manner, a way that we would like to be able to deliver our work. And so that was very difficult because there was someone that I trusted, had a connection with, and suddenly they were no longer there. And I was relying on this person for my development, to learn their expertise, to learn the role that I signed up to do. And so once I got over the emotional part and had to focus on the executing, that's when we were able to get things done. And so it's still changed because now there is someone else in place. And so I have to learn now what the new vision is, what the strategy is. So it's constantly evolving, but my business partners trust me. Our partners, such as Ms. Maria in the business, trust that we will get it done and trust that we are open to partnering and collaborating. And so that was a success. It's still in progress and it's still evolving, it's still changing. But now on this side of it, I have the information relevant to the change that's coming.
Oh, that is wonderful. And the other thing is that I've watched her grow gracefully. When that instance happened, she was given a human reaction. She didn't give it to everybody, but I'm one of her confidants. So she could process that change with me. That point being, have some allies wherever you work. Develop your network. And even if they don't work with you, have someone that has expertise on how to change, how to manage this space very, very early in your career. So that when those situations happen, you got somebody to talk to about it. Because if you don't, what's in will come out. And you'll be in a meeting, maybe hollering at your manager about a pencil, but it'll be about the change, right?
Right. Well, let's not do that.
But right, let's not.
What Ms. Maria has described, or what we like to call a personal board of directors, right? So have someone or someones in your circle that can help you navigate that. We have them for academics or professionally. You have it for personally. We have financial advisors. You just have people that you can go to in the area that you need expertise, that you trust. Because also emotional intelligence is about being vulnerable. And if you can't have a vulnerable conversation with the person that you are seeking expertise from, you're not going to get what you need from the conversation. You're not going to get what you're seeking. So you want to make sure that if you can be vulnerable with them and you trust them and you can have that emotional response with them and not feel like they're going to judge you later or they're giving you the space to be free, but also get what you need. That's what you need in a personal board of directors that helps you with your emotional intelligence.
So, Denise, what about, why is it important? Why is this topic important for students to know? What's really important and why?
So I think you and I were talking right before we came out, and we were saying how getting the lesson for emotional intelligence usually comes at a later point in your career. And it's such a gift to get it on this side of it, because transitioning from academic to professional is a hard transition. And I remember being a student at the University of Cincinnati, and I actually worked in career services. And the director of career services, the late Linda Bates Parker, I was helping her with her project, and she was saying, you know, it is, corporate is tough. It is difficult, and you have very talented, gifted, successful Black women who struggle and get beat down and don't really have a safe place to kind of express themselves or have that comfort, that place of being familiar. And getting that message at 20 years old was such a gift, because once I entered corporate and began to experience challenges, that message came back, and I began to make sure I was making the right connections and relationships. But on the other side of that, what I've learned in corporate, I went to school to get my master's in emotional intelligence. And what I recognized that in our company and our culture, that message of emotional intelligence is really way up. It's at the top of the house. But the people who really need it and benefit from it don't have exposure to it. And that's everyone from frontline employees to their immediate supervisors to middle management. That middle management area is rough. And a lot of people struggle with that. Being empathetic, being self-aware of others and their teams. And I always say that you lead people and you manage processes, but they are managing their people and they're not giving them the space that they need to have a human reaction to things that are indeed emotional. And so when they understand and recognize that and implement that into their daily management style, it transforms teams and team cultures and departments, and it will begin to flow throughout the organization.
And I want to speak a little bit about that, but let me just say this about networks. Your network starts here. For those of you who are in the College of Business, Dr. Aiken's email should be in your email stream after you leave here. You need to develop your board of directors right from here. Janice and I are sorority sisters. We're not sorority sisters. She's in the AKA. I'm a Delta, but we're a part of the Divine Nine. When you're part of the Divine Nine, the line blurs. That's my sister. But also in your faith community, if you have a man or a woman of faith, you can develop that as a resource too. You don't have to wait until you get into your role in corporate America or in your career to develop your board of directors. Start now. Your favorite instructor. One of my favorite instructors, and I can't remember her name. I didn't have her, but she's amazing, is that woman over there in that pink jacket. Yes, she doesn't even know I'm talking about her, but it's okay. She's diligent. She gets at it. That would be on my network, okay? If I were you and you're sitting in the College of Business, you want to know her, you want to have Dr. Akins, then you want to get alumni like Max and I. We may not know everything, but we know some things because Max had a 35-year career at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. Working for the federal government is not a piece of cake. It's stuff he learned and he can share with you. So start where you are. Don't wait until you get there. Start where you are. So I wanted to finally ask the question, and then we're going to open it up for questions. Is when you find yourself in that situation, maybe, okay, let me just say this. Let me give a scenario. You lost your job. How are you going to respond in the room with your supervisor? Because there's a whole bevy of emotion, fear, outrage, it may be, relief. I mean, there's just this bevy of things. How would you handle that? And that's not happening, but I'm just saying, let's give them a real-time, real-world experience.
Well, I actually have had that experience. I had experienced a reduction in force, what we call a RIF, and I was in that situation. And typically you don't see a rift coming. You are very much blindsided. And so this was back when, right after 2008, after the bottom fell out of the financial industry, and they were reducing positions, eliminating positions. And so this scenario, my manager and I, we had a great relationship, and it was not uncommon for us to go for a walk after lunch or just to break up the day. And so I was sitting at my desk working on something, and she was like, "Hey, Janice, you want to go for a walk?" I said, "Sure, let me wrap this up." And we were going for a walk, and I didn't think anything of it. This walk landed me in HR. I said, "Why are we going to HR?" And so my manager was there and her manager was there. And then I got the news that my position was being eliminated. Let me also say, I had not yet obtained my degree in emotional intelligence yet. However, I did not really have an emotional reaction. I was stunned and I was quiet because so many things are going through your mind, or like, why was I chosen? Why am I losing my job? I just bought a house. It was a lot of things you think about, how am I going to get through this? And so, you sit there, you process, and you move on. And I think because I am a person of faith and a believer, I recognize that there was a lesson in this. I didn't know what it was yet, but I was going to sit back and wait for the answer. But that wasn't after I reached out to some friends, some trusted advisors, and said, "Hey, I need you to pray for me because I just lost my job." And so I did what I knew to do. I reached out to people who were close to me, who had my best interests, who could comfort me, who could pray for me, who could encourage me in a very difficult situation. So my emotional response wasn't that emotional, but it was a quiet emotion because you have to process and deal with those things. But had I not maybe taken the steps to reach out to someone that I trusted, of course, call your mama, call whoever it is that you need to get you through that, I may have blown up or had a situation over the pencil or the dishes in the sink being dirty or something so minor that's not what the real issue is, but that's just the time that it came out. So when you don't release those things, when you don't have an outlet, those things can come out in a different way. And that's not the way that you want, because that can stay with you for a very long time. I had a manager in my previous role. Growth and development always comes. And we always say feedback is a gift, because if you don't get feedback, you're not able to grow, you're not able to improve on the things that you want to improve on, and you're not able to develop new skills. And she and I were having my one-on-one in a conversation, and it wasn't bad feedback, and I didn't think it was bad feedback, but she paused and she said, "Janice, I always enjoy having coaching conversations with you because you are easily coached. You receive feedback well, and you're able to take that feedback and adjust." And that's important because some people, it is not easy to give feedback. I don't know if they come out of bag on you, that's not pleasant for the person that's trying to be helpful. And so what ends up happening is people won't begin to share things that can help you develop or be the best version of you. And then it becomes people don't want to interact with you. People don't want to work with you. You're difficult to work with. Or we've all heard, nah, you can't tell her nothing, so just let her be. You don't want to be that person. Mm-hmm. You don't want to be the person that nobody can give feedback to, that no one can coach, that no one can develop. One of the things Maria asked me earlier, the coaching and development comes so easy to me. What I didn't say in my bio is that I used to teach at a gym. So I used to teach aerobics. And one of the things that I tell people, teaches you to be flexible. I got to read the room because if I'm introducing a routine or a combination that I see people are not catching on to, I have to be able to adjust and keep the class going, right? But I also want to make sure that they feel like they're getting a sense of accomplishment while they're working out. Working out isn't everybody's favorite thing to do, but if they're there, they want to get the benefit. And I always tell people, they're like, you make it look so easy. I said, well, I'm the instructor, so if I can't make it look easy, y'all in trouble. But the goal is to make them feel comfortable in their space and give them the tools and resources that they need to get through that workout. An hour can be a long time if you're uncomfortable or if you don't feel like you're accomplishing something along the way. So being a fitness instructor has taught me to be flexible, to be able to stand in front of a room and lead others unexpectedly and different people all the time, right? But because I am consistent in my delivery and consistent in what I do, it attracts people to come back and they feel comfortable and they trust me with their workout. They trust me to help them get to their not their professional, sometimes they're professional. I used to be a people leader, but to their fitness goals. And so that's one of the things that people don't think correlate to professional is working out or exercising. How many people do we have that are athletes or a part of some sort of team environment? So when you're on a team, you know, you have to rely on your teammates, right? And everybody's abilities are different, but that's why you leverage the different abilities so the team is successful. That's the same in the workplace. That's the same whether you're working out. All those things have to work together, but it works because you are self-aware and aware of others.
Seeing that we need to be self-aware, do we have a few more moments? Wonderful. So to piggyback on that answer, I want to say this, and I want you to write this down. Feedback is the breakfast of champions. And my husband taught me that some years ago. If you are uncomfortable with feedback, you need to learn, you need to just be uncomfortable. You need to do it afraid, learn how to manage your emotions, because people are always going to give you feedback, whether it's good or bad. Learning to manage people's opinions about you is going to be key without a negative response, right? We don't want to blow up on everybody. We have a culture right now on Twitter that everybody's beating up on everybody. That is not the response you want to take to work. I don't care what the culture is saying. Your rep at work is going to be defined by how you respond to anything that's going out, an assignment, what's changed, whatever it is. And so at the end of the day, you need to be comfortable with being uncomfortable until you are comfortable. Because you're going to have to manage feedback. So along with that line, in 2008, I was riffed too. There was a lot of people in banking. A lot of people were riffed when the bottom fell out. And as a result, you know, I had 30 days to do whatever I needed to do. They gave us severance. But when I was told, I was calm like you. Why? Because I'm a woman of faith. We always say for God, for Central for State, there's a purpose for that platform of God being first. Anyway, when that happened, I was, 6 months, maybe 3 or 4 months away from getting married and having a family. The president came down to me. He says, Maria, whatever you need, whatever you want to do, this is all of those things led me to being home and working my own business for 7 years, because the market hadn't really it had to build back up. And by the time it came around to me joining banking again, it was 7 years later. But fast forward, y'all, to last year, and I'm being transparent. Fast forward, I asked a associate to look into some background of an organization that I'd helped form. I asked her, did you see my name in the minutes? I just wanted to see that. And let me tell you why. I think it's important. This is for you too. If you're working on a project, if you're working on a board, if you're working on a committee, make sure your name is there, because that name is the pathway for the next student person to come behind and say, oh, she did it. He did it. I can do it. And I asked that question 25 years later, y'all. And she said, well, let me look into it. And this is a personal phone call I'm having. Well, she got back to me 30 days later in an email and essentially said that we can't find anything in your assertions. So that word assertion is a legal term for me. And when I heard it, it was like you called me a liar. And let me tell y'all, I did not respond well. I didn't curse, but because I don't curse a lot, but I'm telling you, I was infuriated and my response was not well. And you know why? It's because I had not emotionally managed all of the change that happened for a Black woman in corporate America. I went in and I told her, I said, have you read this book, that book? Do you understand the value of my name being on the record so that young people behind me can come along and be motivated to serve too? Do you understand that? 30 minutes later, I regret it. It was not who I am. It didn't reflect my character, but that's what happens when you don't check yourself from those emotional changes. That's what can happen when you aren't charting, if you don't get it out, if you don't share it. So all these years, I'm the only Black person in the room, on the boards. I mean, this has just been my career because I came in during affirmative action in the 70s and they were letting us in one by one. So in many instances, I found myself by myself. And at the end of the day, I had taken a lot of crap, y'all. People would say all kinds of things to me, like, oh, I didn't expect a Black person to be able to talk like that. And there are times when I was so naive, when I got home, I thought about, wow, that was a microaggression for sure. But at the end of the day, I stood and I stayed. And that's what we're expecting you to do in this room. Because there's going to be things that come up that they're going to say to you that is not right, not of your character. You have to learn how to respond in a way that gives you a good look.
If I can add to that, one thing that I want to clarify is that emotional intelligence is not warm and fuzzy stuff. It's not having a reaction. If you're angry, if you're upset, if your feelings are hurt, that's okay. And it's okay to be in that moment, but recognize that you have to own those feelings. And if someone is collateral damage, be man enough, be woman enough to say, I apologize. This is why I responded that way. I remember.
And I did. I apologized actually in the conversation because I knew that she may not have understood my response. And I told her the why that I responded that way. The key is that it had consequences. They wrote a letter to corporate. But the wonderful thing about it is that corporate knew my character. And when they came to me, they said, we know that something really bad had to happen because it's not who you are. And I told them, I said, I have never done that in 20 plus years in corporate America. But it was a combination, y'all. I've been looking at it because I don't want to do it again. So I got to do the diligence and the background to make sure I don't do that again. So it doesn't matter what level you are, unchecked, emotional. It was traumatizing what I went through in my career. And there's some executives in who have been through some traumatizing things too. We've been in meetings and said, oh my goodness, what am I going to do? But we smiled and we said, we understand. And we kept moving because the larger goal was to stay so we can bring others in behind us. Go ahead.
So, well, the example I was going to give, and you kind of touched on this, is when people know your character and know how you typically respond, they'll say, oh, that's out of character for them, or that doesn't work. I recall I was managing a team. This had to be about 10, 12 years ago. And I snapped at one of my employees because she wasn't listening to what I was saying. And I knew I was wrong and that was uncharacteristic for me, but I couldn't walk it back. And my team lead that also reported to me, she said, "Are you okay?" She said, "That's not like you." I said, "I know," but it just came out because she wasn't listening and I needed to get her attention, but I also went back and apologized. But when people know you and are aware of your character and how you respond, they will give you grace in those moments. So with that, are there any questions?
Come on up, and we want to hear your name and what was your classification. And get in front of the camera for me, baby.
Hello, I'm Carlasia Webb. I'm a graduating senior majoring in accounting from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. The question I have for you two is, so I get emotional intelligence in the workplace, but as graduating individuals, how do you deal with emotional intelligence going back into the real world from going from HBCU?
Good question.
Well, since Ms. Maria is an alum from an HBCU, I'll let her take that one first.
Young lady, thank you for your question. So let me make sure that I have the question right. You're asking me, how do people respond to me when I talk about an HBCU?
So let me translate. I know what you're saying. This is familiar. Everybody looks like me.
Yeah.
Everybody speaks my language. I don't have to code switch, right? So how do I come from my collegiate career to my professional career and manage that?
Oh, that's a great question, because a lot of folks, we run into that imposter syndrome. I'm not good enough. I can't do this. At the end of the day, you are more than enough. Just remember that. I used to put stickies on my mirror, all positive things about myself, so that when I got out there, I believed it and I would make you believe it. And they did. The other thing is that network, that board of directors that we were talking about is going to be critical as you step out and you make those transitions. Have a mentor that can help you week to week process your first year. Just say, to let them know how you're doing, what your challenges were, so that you can learn along the way. Don't wait until you get into a crisis mode and then you're trying to catch up. So have someone who will spend that time with you. And moving from, I don't know where you are, but I was Miss Central State University. I was a cheerleader. So I was already out, already traveling, already doing these things. So when I got to the real world, my first day of work was the day after I graduated, and I moved to New York City and worked on Fifth Avenue at Lord & Taylor in their associate buying training program. And so you can imagine me leaving the yard in Wilberforce, Ohio, in the biggest city in America, right? Concrete jungle. But there was something inside of me that was deposited here that let them know that I was special, that I was different. When maybe 3 or 4 years later, my friends would always ask me to go with them. And I said, "Why do I have to go with you?" He says, "Because Maria, when you go, the room lights up. Own who you are, girl. You are beautiful. You are awesome. You are amazing right now. Carry that into the future and get my card so we can talk when you move out of this place, okay?"
So for my experience was different. As I mentioned, I went to the University of Cincinnati, which is a predominantly white institution. But I have always been involved. When I was in high school, I was involved. When I was in undergrad, I was involved with the Cultural Center. I worked in the Cultural Center. My scholarship was a minority-based scholarship. My major was African American Studies. So for me, I got to go to the places where it was familiar and everyone looked like me. And so That would be my advice when you get to your field or your industry or corporate or whatever it may be, is find the safe place, find the familiar place. When I am talking to students and they ask me what the culture is like at Fifth Third, I tell them that it is relationship based, and the company does a great job of engaging others and allowing them to form those networks. But we have what we call business resource groups, and the business resource groups serve the purpose of finding community, right? You can be involved in multiple resource groups. We have African American, women, young professionals, Latina, Pacific Islander.
Sustainability now is
That's a new one. So
great,
that's
a
the
new
ninth
one.
one. LGBTQ, military, and disabled, right? And you can participate as many as you like, but I would say, and I would encourage you to find the safe place in your workplace. Find that community, whether it is formal in a form of an affinity group or resource group, or if it's organic and that you build it by just simply networking. In our early career programs, you start as a cohort, whether you're an intern or you're graduating into a full-time opportunity. So that's an instant network, right? And so look for the familiar, and the familiar could be cultural or it could be relational.
And also, many companies have opportunities to do volunteer service, whether it's serving on a board or serving on a committee to do some other things outside of the bank, or for us outside of the bank. Take on those opportunities, because working on a team outside of your current team will help you grow as well, help you get a level of comfort. Come on. Okay, this will be our last question.
Good afternoon. My name is Jalil Lenoy. I'm a junior here at the university. I have a two-part question, so excuse this longevity. The first one is, how did events like this help you guys navigate like the real world situations after getting information from events like these? Like, how did it help you go into the real world and apply that information? And then the second part is, how did the networking from these events and what are the qualities of some of the people that you guys met that you help like apply to yourself in the real world?
Are you asking, like, when we were students and we would attend conferences or networking events and things like that, you got to follow through and follow up, and you have to be intentional. So if you reach out to someone or you ask for their card or you want to connect with someone, be intentional about following up. Just don't collect the cards, send that email and say, hey, we spoke at the LEED conference and I want to follow up. I want to learn more about what you do, or I'm interested in this. Do you have any direction or connections that can help me get there? Just be intentional. It doesn't have to be, you don't want to harass the person. You don't want to be overwhelming, but at least show that you took the initiative to connect and follow up. You just didn't take their card, right? Since we're talking in the spirit of like recruiting or things like that, when I go to a career fair, the students that actually connect with me and follow up and send me things are the ones that kind of get floated to the top of my candidate pool because they were intentional to make the connection.
Y'all hear that?
We get thousands and thousands of resumes, and those who are referred, those who reach out and show up in person, those who leverage their relationships are the ones that usually get in front of someone like me. Does that help? Okay.
So we've kept it real. If you need your paper signed, we'll be at the side, but we've kept it real. We thank everybody that's streaming. Hey, shout out to you. And we'll be around for a few moments to answer any further questions. Again, I'd like to thank Dr. Akins and the College of Business for this tremendous opportunity. I'll be looking forward to hearing from y'all because I do read the alumni newsletter.
Thank you very much, Miss Maria and Miss Lee. All right. Why grab the microphone here?
All right, good afternoon, everybody. On behalf of the College of Business and the faculty staff here, we'd like to present you all too with this small gift to show our love and appreciation for you all coming out today to speak to us today.
Thank you so much.
I'm not comfortable with that.
Administration with a concentration in marketing. Today we will be hearing from Hannah Call and Skylar Costevens from JB Hunt for the Driving Innovation presentation. Thank you.
Okay. Can everyone hear me okay? Yeah? Okay, awesome, awesome. I got a loud voice, so I'm gonna try not to scream too much at you. But hi everyone, my name is Hannah Call. I am our university relations recruiter at JB Hunt Transport. I've been with our company for about a year. It'll be a year in April. My background has predominantly been in higher education, so working within universities, doing admissions and recruitment. So now I'm kind of on that other side, hiring students for internships and full-time positions for after graduation. And I'm alumni of UNC Charlotte, so originally from North Carolina. So that's a little bit about me. Skylar?
Okay, can you guys hear me okay? So I'm Skylar Costevens. I am a senior operations manager for JB Hunt Transportation. I work out of the Columbus area, and I handle our internship and manager and training program there in Columbus. So most of our interns come work with me. I'm originally from a tiny town called Rochester, Indiana, and I am an alum from Purdue University main campus in West Lafayette. So pleasure to be here today with you guys.
Okay, so y'all about to get real engaged because that's how we like to do our presentations. So we're gonna have questions, hands up. I'm gonna be throwing some cool balls at you. Just a heads up, we have a raffle at the end. So if you engage, you get one of these, and you'll have a QR code to scan at the end. When you scan that QR code, you get one entry. If you bring one of these up to us, you get another entry to increase your chances. So there's some incentive to talk to us. We want this to be more of a conversation as much as we can. So the first thing I'd like to ask is who is familiar with JB Hunt? Okay, awesome. Anyone want to tell me what you think we do? Yeah. We do, that's part of what we do, handle money. No one else got their hand up. Last call. Want to try again? True. Do you know what industry we're in? We're calling a friend with the assist. Yep, supply chain and logistics, transportation is our bread and butter. Here you go. I'm gonna try my best not to hit anybody. Oh, very close. Baseball, I played soccer, not baseball, so just a heads up on that. But yeah, so our company is focused on transportation and logistics. Up here is our mission. So our mission is to create the most efficient transportation network in North America. So we are based in the United States, also in Mexico and Canada, but we're really trying to find the most efficient, most innovative ways to streamline transportation processes and to make sure that we are helping our customers and getting products in your hands. So while we don't produce a product, you're not holding our phones, our shoes, or anything in your hands. We get a lot of that product to you. So we're kind of like that unsung hero in the background, bringing that product into the stores that you shop at, and sometimes even directly into your home. So just to give you a nice general overview of our company, this is just us at a glance. So we have been around for 61 years, which is pretty awesome. We were actually founded in 1961. When we were founded, we just started with 5 trucks and 7 trailers. So we were really small, and we were basically like a mom and pop company. And since then, now we have 24,000 drivers who work for us. So we have grown quite a bit. We are established in, like I said, the United States, Canada, and Mexico, and we have about 35,000 plus employees now. We are a Fortune 400 company, so while we do transportation and logistics, what's your name? Jaleel. So like you just pointed out, we also handle money. We have to work with clients. That means we need an HR department. We need marketing. So we have a lot of different opportunities to support that transportation and logistics mission. And then our revenue this year was $15 billion, which is pretty awesome because in 2020, our revenue is 10 billion, and we already increased an additional 5 billion since. So there's been rapid growth within our company. Oh yeah, yeah.
How do you go from 4 trucks and 7 trailers to 35,000 employees? Like, that's a big jump. Like, that's 4 CDL certified truck drivers to have you have like 3,000. Like, where do you build that like clientele? Where do you guys find it?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. So that's actually a lot of what we're going to talk about is kind of how we've grown, but I'll let you in on the secret is that it's come from a lot of innovation, a lot of ways that we have been more innovative to bring the best value to our customers, to stay most connected with them, to provide the greatest transparency. And if we weren't becoming innovative and pushing ourselves to think outside the box, challenge ourselves with new technology when it was just at the beginning of its development, we wouldn't be the company that we are today. And even now, current day, we've been pushing ourselves to develop even more, and we have some pretty cool information to share that can kind of give you a little bit more insight to that. Yeah. That's a great question. Scott, do you have any particular insight into that?
So the history of our company really goes back to our founder, JB Hunt, and he really just kind of built. He didn't have a whole lot of investors. He started with those 5 trucks and 7 trailers hauling chicken manure from chicken houses and then bringing rice into them, and just built off of that. He just built a brand for himself, built a name, and then started, as Hannah said, coming up with innovative ideas to grow himself, grow his business. His motto was think big. So he was always thinking of the next big idea to bring that business in. He didn't particularly have any large investors per se. He really just kind of grew the company himself as a mom and pop. His wife also helped with the company quite a bit, and just kind of built it from the ground up on that aspect.
A lot of our investment have come through company partnerships. So that's where we've gotten a lot of our money and a lot of our growth. And we'll show on a timeline exactly how that growth has kind of transpired too. Sky, you want to cover our business units?
Yeah, so as Hannah said, we're a transportation industry, so we have several different business units on how we get product from point A to point B. So I'm just going to give a broad overview of this. But the first one we talk about is our dedicated contract services. So that's when we have a dedicated contract that's providing a service for a specific customer. Some examples of that are our customers are like Target, Walmart, Home Depot, Lowe's. So what we do is we act as an extension of that customer, and we move their freight for them. So essentially they're really good at making widgets, but getting the widgets to the consumer is their challenge. So they hire us to come in and we optimize that, provide some cost savings, some value delivery, and get the widgets from point A to point B. Our next division is Final Mile. This used to kind of be included with dedicated. They overlap a little bit, but Final Mile is getting the product that final mile to the customer. So our biggest customer for Final Mile is actually Whirlpool. I think you guys have heard of them. So what we do with Final Mile is we will take actually appliances and get them to the home and do the home install for Whirlpool. With Final Mile, we have a lot of things that we call the areas cross docks. So it might be Whirlpool, Peloton, and some other home delivery services that we can then put all of those customers on one truck together and share the cost and provide that value delivery for our customers, save them some money, and then provide really good customer service with Whirlpool's name, with Peloton's name on the front. They don't even realize it's JB Hunt doing it. Integrated capacity solutions. I'm going to talk about this one and truckload at the same time. They kind of go together. So integrated capacity solutions is like our brokerage division. So essentially it is an employee, a manager with a laptop and a phone, finding a driver that needs a load and a customer that needs a shipment moved and matching them up. We have recently integrated that with our truckload division. That used to be kind of what you think of when you think of a truck driver, just taking a load from California to New Jersey and driving across the country, just taking that one-off load. Those have kind of merged together with our new innovation of the Platform 360, which we'll be talking about more today. And now we call that our highway services. And then intermodal is our final division and probably our largest division. Intermodal is the containers that you see on trains that say JB Hunt on them. Those containers can actually be put on frames, which we call chassis, that the trucks can hook to. So you can move that box from a truck or you can put it on the rail, and that helps save costs. And it really is our sustainability movement. Every load that we can put on the rail off of a truck actually reduces emissions and our carbon footprint by 50%. And we own a third of the intermodal containers in North America. So you'll see that we are the largest carrier for intermodal in North America, and it is our biggest division. And it is one that we are trying to grow to help with our sustainability efforts and reduce our carbon footprint.
We all love to save the environment, right? So now we're just going to kind of talk a little bit about innovation at JB Hunt. And then after this, we'll talk a little bit about how you all can become strong innovators and bring that into your work and into future companies. So just to kind of kick us off, this is this innovation timeline that I was kind of referring to. So you can see that we were founded in 1961. Our intermodal division that Sky was just talking about is also known as JBI. It was founded in 1989. And then shortly after, we have our dedicated contract services. So those particular business units provide different value to our customers. So that's really led a lot of our expansion. So as you can tell, there's a pretty big gap between 1961 and 1989. So that was a lot of us building our relationships and finding the best ways to serve different customers and to have those relationships. And then we were able to expand into 2 different business units. Then we, advanced technology with computers, like back in the 90s when that was becoming really prominent. Our integrated capacity solution and final mile services were established in 2007. And then you can kind of see all the way at the end is where you see a lot of our more up-to-date, like happening right now kind of innovation. So the 2 biggest that we're going to talk about is the 360 box platform that was established in 2019. And we'll also be talking about the elevation program that we have at JB Hunt that was founded in 2015. So just to talk a little bit about elevation, this is more of like a people innovation. So I think it's important. Sometimes when we talk about innovation, we think it's just technology. And technology can be used as a tool of innovation, but sometimes innovation is improving processes, finding better ways to integrate your people. And that's definitely what this platform does. Come on. There we go. So our elevation platform is actually something that I was really excited about when I joined the JB Hunt team. So basically what elevation is that this is a platform where anyone in our company, no matter how new or how tenured, no matter what their place in the company, can submit an idea to contribute to the success, growth, and development of JB Hunt. By a show of hands, how many of you would like to leave a legacy where you work and make an impact on in your work? Same. Also, like maybe. So when I was first starting in my career after college, I didn't really have a lot of opportunity to make an impact. For a really long time, I was kind of told like you'll get your shot like one day. And I was really craving opportunity to be able to leave my mark, to be able to make things better, to make improvements. And I think that's something really awesome about the elevation program is that even as an intern or an entry-level employee or as a driver or as a VP in our company, everyone has a voice and can submit ideas. So since 2015, there have been over 23,000 submissions. So that's quite a lot of people who have said, hey, this is an idea that I think could really benefit JB Hunt. And since then, there have been over 500 implementations. And those can be really small to really large scale implementations. And it's been a really great opportunity for us to really mold JB Hunt together and not just our executive like C-suite making all of the decisions. As a very collaborative effort to kind of choose the direction of our future. And this is really innovative because it allows everyone to be a part of the conversation. It gives employees a chance to use their voice to feel heard and to make an impact, which is pretty awesome. And currently we just recently added this like idea wall of fame, which is what this employee is pointing to. So it doesn't have all of the names yet, but we have over 405 names on the idea wall of fame. And so when your idea is selected by our committee, you actually get a certificate and your name goes up on this board that everyone at JB Hunt can see now and in the future. So this is a little bit how the platform works, just to give you an idea of like the life cycle of this idea. So you would first submit your idea. So you have to actually have the idea first. And nothing's too small. Like I thought it would be a really good idea if we had like a corporate tour that was like a video tour for people who maybe aren't from Arkansas, so they could see our company and get a better understanding of like what it would be like to come work at our corporate location if that's something you're interested in. So that's an idea I submitted. It's then reviewed by a committee, and then it's evaluated. Once it's evaluated to see like, is this something we can implement? Is this something that would have great impact? Would this benefit us, or would it cost us more time and more money to implement? So a lot of different things are weighed in that process. But once it's approved, you get notified, and you also get notified if it's denied. So it's not like you're just left kind of in space. And then after that, it's implemented. So it's pretty cool to be able to see kind of your ideas come to life no matter where you're at. Our CEO, John Roberts, said that elevation is a way for anybody in the company at any level to be heard and to be able to influence our direction, which I think is pretty powerful and pretty innovative. So now just we're gonna about to kick it over to Sky to talk a little bit more about our JB Hunt 360 platform. And this is more on the technology side of innovation. So this is really where you start to see like the technology and apps and websites really come into play with how we connect our business to our customers to better serve them. So kick it off with a video. Do I push play or do no, I guess I have to, right? Okay. Oh, how do I get the audio to work? Mm-mm. I don't know. We tested it too. Go to display settings.
You okay?
Mhm. It's just not playing the video. I mean, if it doesn't play, we can just talk, but we thought it'd be more interesting for it to be a video. But for some reason, it's not. It's like skipping it for some reason.
Oh, that's probably it, is we don't have the Wi-Fi then.
That's probably it. Okay, let me just. Sorry, y'all. Intermission. I didn't even think about that because I was like, I can present on the PowerPoint without Wi-Fi. Oh,
You okay?
sorry.
Okay, I'm sorry. Oh yeah. What y'all trying to get on the Wi-Fi here?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. Let me see.
That's a university computer that we use.
Oh, okay.
This is ours because we had to connect to the HDMI cord.
No, don't go ahead.
What if? Two small words that form the beginning.
The speaker, I think, is next to the play button over there on the bottom left. No, on the screen. It's right next to the play button.
I'm a department chair, associate professor.
Big questions, big conversations, and big ideas. We use those two words a lot at JB Hunt because every day we're asking questions. What if shippers could receive real-time bids on shipments to find the true market price? What if carriers never had to search for loads? What if we could create an online platform to seamlessly connect shippers and carriers across every mode and scale? First came JB Hunt 360 Shipper, an online portal where shippers could quote, book, and track shipments. Next came JB Hunt 360 Carrier, which gave carriers the power to find loads, make offers, accept, and dispatch within a single app. Now we're bringing the two together and adding predictive technologies that go far beyond online transactions. We're developing customer-focused roadmaps for smart decision-making. The marketplace will connect shippers and carriers by using data science to match freight with capacity, putting the right load with the right truck to create efficiency and cost savings. Marketplace sends load recommendations to carriers based on location, search history, favorited lanes, and recently accepted shipments, and analyzes multiple carrier offers to find the true market price. Dynamic automation tools allow both the shipper and carrier to receive and provide real-time updates. At JB Hunt, we don't just ask, what if? We're combining 55 years of operational excellence with smart technologies to answer the question and build solutions. JB Hunt 360 Marketplace, the supply chain completely reimagined.
Yeah. So with JB Hunt, what solutions are y'all using for that last mile? Like
What if?
Sorry. Do y'all offer that last mile solution like what Amazon does?
So we don't do like the last mile as far as like the home delivery of packages like FedEx and UPS. Those are actually the only two logistics transportation companies in North America that are larger than us because they do that final like package delivery to the house. Our final mile home deliveries are going to be more of your appliance installation, Peloton bikes. If you're getting one of those, we're bringing that into your home, making sure it's all set up, ready for you to hop on and go. Your Whirlpool appliances, we're getting those hooked up, gas, electric. Those are the kind of final mile pieces that we're doing. But as far as like the Sprinter vans and things for Amazon, we don't do that. When we have Amazon as a customer, we're doing the truckload, the bigger truckload, and then the cars that you see on the railroad is what we're doing for those. So yes, so with automated semis, we actually invested in those several years back. So you'll see we have a lot of investment, not just in the automation of them driving themselves, but the safety automation features. So we're very much investors in that. And excuse me, right now we are actually out in, I believe it's Nevada, maybe Utah. We are doing test runs with Tesla for the automated electric trucks. And then there's another company, I can't remember the name off the top of my head, that's doing the automated trucks that are driving long haul where the driver just kind of gets to hang out. We are in with them and investing in that automation.
Highway 15, I seen one of y'all sit on like, is this somebody driving that semi? And what it was actually a self-driverless testing on Highway 15.
Yeah, and they'll have the drivers just have to be like in the cab. Yeah, and yeah. Yeah, I think we have, the last I heard, I think we have 40 trucks out there that we're doing the test runs with. Yep. You had a question?
Yes. Hi. Yeah.
So unfortunately, we aren't privy to that.
Nope.
But we do have the biggest final mile fleet in the country as well. We've acquired several that include like home furniture deliveries and things as well. And we are constantly expanding the industries that we're going to. We started out with just box trucks, and now we do everything from delivering milk. We're starting some fuel, like delivering fuel, things like that. So it's not out of the realm, but we aren't privy to like what's in the pipeline for sales and business.
That'd be cool though. So hopefully that comes to light. Oh.
No, we have quite a few students here. Can you just kind of talk about if there's students here interested in applying with JB Hunt or internship? Can you kind of talk about that onboarding process, and do you all offer opportunities for international students?
Yeah, so Hannah can start with like how the internship application process goes, and then I can talk about how the internships program is. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's a great question. So as far as our internships, we hire for pretty much every semester, especially in the Columbus area. We do have some opportunities around the Dayton area, but a lot of them tend to be in Columbus. So we'll have summer, fall, spring internships that happen. So very flexible with start date. Pays $18 an hour, and very flexible as well for schedule, because we understand students are in school. You have to work 20 to 25 hours per week minimum, but you can work up to 40. So we've had some students who are really trying to like earn money, who want really good experience, and they have the capacity with their school schedule to do that. So we'll kind of work with you wherever you want to see yourself. Our kind of goal with interns is to always have a full-time offer, as long as like we feel like you were a good fit, and as long as you think that we were a good fit for you. That offer will be on the table before graduation, and then you'll very seamlessly transition into a full-time position, which is our manager trainee role. If you don't intern with us, you can still transition into an entry-level position before graduation. We can get that offer on the table, and you would just start after your graduation date. As far as like what you would do in that internship, you're supporting a lot of our operations team. We do have internships outside of operations, but a lot of those tend to be at our corporate office in Arkansas. So if you're looking at like marketing or like human resources, like that's mainly in our headquarters location. But for operations, if you're interested in managing people, if you're interested in working with our customers, if you're interested in kind of climbing the ladder and working your way up to manage other people within our company, at first you'll just start with drivers, and then as you kind of grow, then you'll be able to manage other employees like Skylar does. So that's a little bit about it. You'll have some projects that you would work on to improve efficiency. You'll do some profit and loss analysis kind of support. Also, you would be learning rules and regulations of transportation and logistics. So we try to do a very comprehensive internship, because a lot of times you're supporting these locations as like small businesses. So you get a little bit of payroll experience, scheduling, management experience, customer experience. So it's kind of just a little bit of everything, which is great for students who are still trying to figure out where exactly they want to lean into and how they want to develop their career. It is. It really is.
And I don't think students really don't know that it's in Arkansas, right by the old Arkansas.
Yeah, it sounds like Arkansas. Yep. We're technically based in Lowell, Arkansas, but it's right, like it's like 10, 15 minutes from Bentonville. So it's really close, and it's a very nice area. I was surprised because I went to corporate and I was expecting it to be like cornfields in the middle of nowhere, but it's really nice, and there's lots of nature opportunities. Very pretty place to land. Yeah. Oh, yes. So with international students, they would have to have acquired work authorization after graduation, which is kind of difficult, because if they have like OPT after graduation, that usually only lasts a year unless they do a STEM focus, and that's like a 3-year afterwards. So a lot of times we're asking for students to have their own authorization outside of us, because unfortunately we don't provide sponsorship. So a lot of times for international students, that's the challenge. We've had a few secure work authorization after graduation independently, but it can be very challenging outside of just getting OPT, or just already getting an extension before graduation can be difficult. So unfortunately at this time, we don't tend to see a lot of international students in our program, but we also are kind of in the beginning of our internship program. We've only been having interns for, I was like 5 years. Yeah. So we're still pretty like, we're still in the youth of our program, and I'm sure as we expand, then those things might kind of change, and we might be able to take on more international students in the future. Oh, really? Tell your friends. Yep. Yep. And the airport. I flew into that airport.
Driver, would it be like, does it go by the hours? So it's like, would it be like an 8-hour day, or is it by mile?
Yeah, so every driver is a little bit different because your customer, like our Peloton customer is different than what Target wants, which is a little bit different than what Home Depot wants. But typically our drivers work up to a 14-hour day. Once they have their CDL, they can legally work 14 hours, 11 of those driving. Some accounts or customers don't require that. Your customers like Amazon are going to maximize that out to get the most out of the drivers. My Target drivers only work about 8 days. And then you have your final mile home delivery drivers. Those are going to be your Class B CDL drivers that are doing the straight trucks. So they're going to be a little bit more hourly, and they'll probably work closer to like a 8 to 10 hour day. And then typically drivers are paid by miles and stops, except for those final mile. They're paid a little bit different with all that hand unload and the installs and things. But your basic drivers are going to be paid per mile and per delivery that they make. And typically drivers work a 5-day work week, and most of them work at least one weekend day. We do have a few customers that are just Monday through Friday, but those are few and far between.
And the highlight of that too is our drivers get full benefits, and they also are not considered contractors. So they get they get W-2s and stuff, which is nice. And if there's damage to things, then they're not the one who owns the truck. They're not the ones who has to manage all that process. We work with them on that, which is kind of nice. Great question. All right, Scott, I'm going to pass it on to you.
Yeah, so we watched kind of that video about 360 Marketplace, but this is our innovation for the industry. So big picture, JB Hunt developed this app that has kind of taken over and is the forefront right now of transportation. So kind of think of Uber and Lyft, right? I think most of you have probably heard of those apps, right? How many of you have used Uber or Lyft? All right, now how many of you have taken a ride in a taxi cab? All right, wow. Significantly less, right? So Uber and Lyft have virtually ruined the taxi industry, kind of shut taxi drivers down, right? So this is hopefully not exactly the same concept, but what this is doing is really helping it so that drivers, whether they own their own truck or perhaps are a smaller company, can find loads, and then shippers or customers can find drivers to move their freight just by using this app. Same thing as, Uber, there's a driver that needs to get a human from point A to point B. Same concept, only with freight. And this is very new to the industry because before our industry was very segmented in unless you knew somebody trying to get that driver to move your freight, you're calling around, maybe trying to find prices. You don't know who all the carriers in the area are. This really just brings everybody all on the same platform to really maximize efficiency throughout the whole United States and North America overall. So like I said, you can really kind of pair up, maybe multiple customers, multiple shippers, can just see everything, get it all in one place instead of having to do that shop around. Go ahead. So the platform, like I said, it's an app. So it's in the new development. And really, it's taken all of our experience over the years of what do our customers want? Well, our customers want efficiency. They want good, fair cost, good added value. And they want to see where their load is, right? How many of you have tracked your delivery on Amazon? It's nice, right? You know when it's going to be at your house. You get that nice little picture that it's delivered on your porch, not your neighbor's porch, right? So those are the things that we've put into this app. So we've really taken that into consideration over the last half a century of what is it that our customers are wanting. Well, they're wanting that GPS to see where exactly their load is. we want to be able to see, like as you can see on the app here, just like with Uber, you pull up, it gives you the rates. If you want expedited pickup, you pay just a little bit more. If you want the black Escalade, you pay just a little bit more. If you want a 4-seater versus just like 2 people going, whatever, you can see all that very efficiently, very quickly on the app. And that's what it does. It just kind of automates all that, brings it all together. It makes it much easier for everybody to do. And this is the first in the industry of transportation on our end to do that. And really brings all of that together. With this platform, what we also have provided as JB Hunt is the trailers. So maybe you have a truck, but you don't have the trailer to move the freight. We have the availability to provide that trailer for drivers, or the customer needs freight moved, but they don't have their own customer trailer to put that freight on. We provide that trailer. And then each of those trailers has a GPS tracker on it. So again, it allows the customer to see exactly where their freight is, where the trailer is, when the empty trailer is arriving, for them to be able to load it, those kinds of things. And then it kind of cuts costs for the customer. They're not having to purchase their own equipment to move their freight. They're able to just kind of lease it on a day-to-day or load basis from us. So then the other part of this too, with it being innovative, is efficiency, right? You want your freight to get from point A to point B as quickly and efficiently as possible. So this includes that in the app for the drivers. So it gives them the truck routes, the safe truck routes, the fastest ways to get from point A to point B. Just like when you have your Uber, you get to see where you're going. The driver gets to see where they need to go. The customer gets to see the route, and gives those same kind of updates. And then the customer can also kind of see if that carrier has done specific lanes before, and they can prioritize that way. Got another video.
The JB Hunt 360 platform brings supply and demand together in one online marketplace, simplifying the freight matching process for everyone. Here's what the power of the platform can do for you. Finding the capacity you need in today's highly fragmented market can be challenging. But the JB Hunt 360 platform brings shippers and carriers together in one online marketplace, giving you access to nearly 1 million trucks, so you can find the right capacity at the right time. The JB Hunt 360 platform helps you manage costs by bringing unmatched capacity and transparency to the quoting process. Enter your shipment details, and seconds later, get a list of quotes at market-relevant rates, giving you the power to select the quote that works with your budget. JB Hunt 360 improves service by making your day-to-day business operations easier. Whether you're a large corporation or a small family operation, the JB Hunt 360 platform gives you the visibility and insights you need to grow your business. Track your shipments and get insights that can help you reshape the way you do business in the future. The JB Hunt 360 platform can help you grow. And as more shippers and carriers join, the power of the platform grows too. Join the JB Hunt 360 platform today.
So we pretty much covered the kind of high points of this slide. So we'll just keep moving, but hopefully that provides kind of a good comprehensive kind of overview of how we've been able to use technology to really become innovative and be the leading in our industry and be able to stay fresh, stay relevant, stay growing. And that has predominantly been because of this particular technology and innovation. But now we want to talk about you. And what innovation in the workplace can look like, how you can sharpen those skills, how you can become a strong innovator in your during your classes in school, in your internships, and in your future employments. So before I jump into that, I just wanted to hear from your perspective, like how do you all define innovation? Yes.
Have an idea, but that don't mean you don't know how to bring it to life. Innovation is like how willing you are to make something happen and use the resources available.
Love that. Awesome. Anyone else? Yes. Yeah, being a trailblazer. I 100% agree about that. Also, I got a ball for you, but I'm not going to throw it at you in case I hit someone in the head. So just come see me afterwards. Anyone else have anything to add to that? Like what you feel like innovation is? Yes. Mm. Absolutely. You also got a ball with your name on it too. I promise I don't think you want me to throw that far. I'll probably end up like right around here. I'm not gonna lie. So yeah, those are great definitions. So this is like a formal definition we found, but I feel like all of yours are even better and are really encompassed in this. So basically the process of bringing any new problem solving idea into use. Innovation is the generation, acceptance, and implementation of new ideas, processes, products, or services. And I think that problem solving is definitely the key. And you all alluded to that in your definitions as well, because that is the core of innovation, is you are trying to solve a problem. So I'm actually going to let Sky talk a little bit about what exactly innovation looks like at the customer account level, because we've been talking to you about JB Hunt corporate-wide innovation, like how has the company innovated? But Sky's going to talk a little bit about how she has innovated and her employees have innovated even at the account level, internally at the smaller scale.
So this is a lot of things that we talk about with our managers and training our interns, right? We want to get those innovative ideas, those new ideas on board to help, our business overall. And yes, our platform 360 is great, and that's, nationwide, industry-wide, but what can we do on the day-to-day to help move the company forward? So just some things that have recurred over the years in my time with JB Hunt. So I started with JB Hunt in 2014, so a lot has changed since then. Like Wi-Fi is now standard, didn't used to be a standard, those kinds of things. So some of the things that we've had, obviously we manage drivers. So our driver relationship, our driver management is a really big deal. We used to have a big deal about having what we call driver roundtables or in-person meetings with our drivers, and trying to schedule that around multiple people can be difficult. I think you guys can understand that. Trying to all be in the same place at the same time has become kind of obsolete, right? We have Zoom, we have Teams, we have things like that. So in the 2015 to 2020-ish era, we started doing conference calls for our drivers to get our drivers engaged without cutting into their time with their family, without interrupting their workday. And that was a big hit. The drivers really appreciated being able to call in and get the information, so having to come into the office, take extra time out of their day. So that was a big change, a big shift for us overall as a company. And we continue doing that. And then we found that even with those calls, sometimes we have drivers that work night shift and day shift. And so trying to coordinate those calls with different shifts still wasn't working exactly how we wanted. So we started recording those conference calls and then putting them on a phone line that the drivers could call in, listen to the conference call, get all the updated information on their job, on the customer, on benefits, whatever it may be. And then we were able to take attendance by their phone number, right? Every driver has a phone number that's unique to them. And so then we were able to see who all was calling in. So that was a huge deal. Recently, QR codes have been big. Do you guys remember when QR codes started coming out? I remember seeing like, what's this? So for our driving fleet is older on average. Our drivers are 50 plus years old. So QR codes are a little bit new for them. But what's even more difficult for them sometimes is trying to find the website on your phone, trying to type that in, trying to get the specific link. So what one of our interns did a couple summers ago was actually created QR codes for all of our links for the drivers. So for them to access their benefits, for them to access and enter their time off requests, for them to get the maps to locations for our customers. They went ahead and created QR codes and then initiated the education with our drivers that, hey, all you have to do is swing by the office and scan this QR code, or we can text you this and you can just click on the QR code and get there. And that really helped with our drivers who maybe aren't the best with smartphones. How many of you have had to help either your parents or your grandparents with their smartphone? Yeah,
It's a struggle.
It's a struggle, right? And that's our day-to-day a lot of times with drivers, because they're in that generation that they remember before the internet. So that was a huge innovation for our team, our Target team. We share that with our Amazon team. These are all teams that are in Columbus. And so it's made a huge difference for our drivers. We also have drivers that are international. So we have a lot of drivers that come from other countries that maybe don't understand what we're talking about exactly. So we're able to create QR code, like, here, just scan this. This is the link. And they're able to pull it up on their phone, see it a lot easier than us trying to explain it to them over the phone when it's a little bit harder with communication and things. Some other things that we've worked with for innovation is our safety culture engagement for our drivers. So obviously, everybody wants to be safe. You want to get home at the end of the day. Something that's probably not realized with the trucking industry is the safety related risks that we have day to day. How many of you have heard about a car accident in the last week?
Or seen one.
Or seen one, right? They happen all the time. Well, think about if you have 24,000 drivers on the road, how many car accidents or collisions do you think we're seeing or involved in or related to our drivers, right? So we really want to reduce that. We want our drivers to get home safe. We want everybody around our drivers to be safe. So getting them engaged in what we call our safety culture is huge. So one of our innovative ideas that, again, our interns did was they created a game for our drivers in regards to completing their safety training. So it was a point system that went through an entire quarter, and we have like monthly and quarterly training. And as drivers got their training completed the quickest and then completed a quiz on it, they got a certain number of points. And the driver with the most points at the end of the quarter won. And so that was really a good way to get them engaged because who likes getting awards, right? You like getting rewarded, getting a little extra bonus. So getting that developed. So those are just some basic level innovative ideas that we've had in relation to our drivers. One of the big ones that we had for our management team in Columbus back in 2017 is we started up an account with Amazon, and we went from 0 drivers to 150 drivers in less than a month. So imagine hiring and onboarding 150 frontline employees and then the managers to manage all of those, and then handling a schedule for 150 people that are running 10 to 12 loads a day. So it's a lot. So we were using at that point SharePoint, Excel docs. And turns out when you have 20 managers logging into SharePoint, Excel doc at the same time, it crashes like a lot. So we were like, what are we going to do about this? This is a 24/7 account. We can't even look at our schedule without it falling apart. And one of our interns was like, why don't you use Google Docs? And those of us that are in our early 30s were like, Google Docs, that seems, what's that? I'm like, oh, we use these all the time in college for our group projects. You can all edit them at the same time and all this. And outdating myself a little bit, but I had never used a Google Doc before. I had no idea what this was. So our interns got it set up for us and got us all logins, and we switched over to using Google Docs for our schedule, and it was a game changer. It never crashed. If somebody changed something, you can see who edited it, when it was edited. You can restore versions if somebody accidentally deletes something. Not like that ever happens, right? So that was a game changer for us. It seemed really simple and really just normal for our interns, but it was completely innovative. And now most of our accounts in Columbus function off of Google Docs because we have multiple managers, and it keeps those from crashing. And it's been huge. You can also pull it up on your phone, which is not something you can easily do with SharePoint. So it's been a real game changer for us. So doesn't seem like, a lot, like a huge industry standard, like a new app. But these are some examples of innovative ideas that we see from our interns, from our managers in training, from people like yourselves.
I know we're pretty much at time, so I just wanted to hit the highlights of our wrapped up thoughts. So I think the biggest takeaways is that innovation a lot of times starts small to get big. So I think sometimes we want to think that innovation are these huge company changing types of ideas, and sometimes that can be the case. But even just some of these small things that might seem pretty simple or a smaller kind of idea have had huge impact on our company efficiency, and you all as students can bring that to the table. So I just think these are some takeaway points as far as things that you can do to be innovative in your career. I would definitely say being adaptable is important and keeping that open mind. Always asking what if, be constantly challenge the status quo, challenge the narrative, make sure that you're not missing anything by not thinking out of the box. Look at ways that you can improve processes. That'll always be key. See where the gaps are and try to fill them with your ideas. Be a team leader by leading a team and being a part of the team. Being able to do both is so important because you can be a strong leader, but if you don't know how to work with the team, you won't be successful as an innovator. And if you only know how to be a team player, but you don't know how to bring your ideas to the front and be a leader, then you won't be successful in that space either. And then know how your work contributes to the organization. Like even as an intern or an entry-level employee, you fit into our bigger picture, and it's important to know your value and know how you can make your impact. And these are mainly just suggestions of places that you can do this. So I definitely suggest like practice self-reflection a lot, self-awareness. I definitely challenge you to think critically about your strengths, your weaknesses, areas that you could develop, because the more you develop as a person, the more those ideas develop. And then find a mentor, find someone who you can connect with, who have been in industries and have been into work a little longer than you, who can kind of help guide you through bringing ideas to the forefront, because sometimes ideas aren't always welcomed. And so finding ways to be an influencer and making your impact is important. And then these are some kind of new information, like How I Built This by NPR is really great if you listen to podcasts, Harvard Business Review idea podcast. Or if you want to, read it, you can also sign up for their journals and their newsletters. And then there's a couple of books up here that I recommend too. And these are great ways just to start challenging yourself, growing that skill, because innovation will come more naturally to you when you start building a strong foundation. So I know that was a lot of information. I appreciate y'all's engagement and asking good questions. Please scan this QR code. This is super important. This is how you get entered into win a duffel bag, which is pretty awesome. I think they're pretty sweet. So we're definitely gonna pull that for you and make sure that gets to you. So if you could fill that out, it also helps us know that this event was a success and that we can keep coming back to Central State. This data is really important to us. So if you could take a couple minutes and just fill that out. Also, if you'd like to connect with us on LinkedIn, I really encourage you to do so. Follow up with me or Skylar, reach out to us, ask us questions. It was perfect timing. And reach out. Also follow our company on LinkedIn, because it's the best way to just know what we're doing and just stay connected with our company. And it's a great way to bring some strong information into your interviews and to really wow us. So if you start looking for an opportunity with us, please reach out to myself. I'm the recruiter for this region. I can help find an opportunity for you as long as we have one open. And I can stay in touch and keep that opportunity line open for you as well. So that is it. Thank you so much for your time. I'll be taking that information. For those of you who are supposed to get a ball, I think someone left, but yeah, so if you could come up, and I know we got you one, so I can mark your name twice so you can be entered in for this raffle twice.
I present you all with a small award on.
What I got out of that is Scott said those 50-year-olds have the problem.
Hey, it depends. If you're up for the time, good for you. The song though, we have a.
I'm going to use the microphone so I don't have to holler. My voice is tired. Dr. Simmons, your flashlight is on your phone. All right. Thank you all for hanging out to the last event for the day. We do have a wrap-up session, so I'm going to wrap it up. See y'all tomorrow. But make sure y'all scan the day one and day two evaluations to fill in for raffle prizes. If you don't have a ticket, who has the tickets? Where's Jabang? There's one over there, and then there's one here for evaluation of the of each one of the respective events for LEED. So please make sure that you do that. And I think that's it. We'll see you all tomorrow. The first session begins at, I want to get it wrong time, so let me pull out, let's see, at 9 o'clock we'll be opening, and then we'll do the Morgan Stanley case study competition first thing in the morning at 9:15, and then we'll start our concurrent sessions after that. So I look forward to seeing you all tomorrow, and have a great day.